So, very good afternoon, all the students.
Now the program started.
Yeah. So, very good afternoon, all the students. Today is I think it is the fourth day of the 12 days pre-placement orientation program. We have started from 13th, and today we are having a very important. No, actually today is the fifth day. Na? We have started from 13th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and today is the 17th. Today is the fifth day of this 12 days pre-placement orientation program. Today we are having a very important session on advanced business Excel. As you know, we all know some about this Excel, business Excel or Excel, whatever we say. But now today we'll know many other tricks of Excel, both from Mr. Radish Kutti in the first half and second half from Mr. Tarun Mahajan, some financial modeling in Excel. So it is going to be a very exciting class all the day. So I'd request all the students to participate proactively, and if they have any questions, queries, I think they must have some queries, and they should put down their queries at the end of the session. Our faculty members, they are very generous. I know they happens to be faculty members in our courses, advanced studies courses. For long 2-3 months they are doing it, and they got highly rated by the students and participants. They are senior members of the institute from other professions also. So I think they'll be satisfying your queries, and they will be satisfying your needs in terms of application of business Excel, because you know in everything, each and everything in this business arena can be solved through this business Excel. Any calculations, any dashboard type of thing. So I'd request Mr. Kutti to make it as simpler as possible and as lucid as possible. At the same time, in-depth knowledge should be there for the students, so that they can be able to crack their interview, because in interview sometimes and they face some tricky questions from the interviewer regarding this Excel application of Excel. They can be able to solve those things. So with this welcome note, I welcome Mr. Radish Kutti. Now madam will give his profile, read out his profile, so that you'll understand his magnitude of this thing of Excel, and then he will be starting with the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I welcome Radesh Kutti sir in our today's orientation program. And today we are having the topic on business Excel, advanced business Excel. So I welcome you, sir, in the pre-placement orientation program. So I would like to tell the brief about Radesh Kutti sir. So I'm making his profile live. So that our students can view your profile. Yeah. Radesh Kutti sir, about his education, he has completed BSc in Computer Science from Calcutta University and MSc in Information Technology from MG University. About his certification, he has done Microsoft Specialist in PowerPoint, Word and Excel. And also Microsoft HTML and CSS. He has done Microsoft Introduction to Programming using Python. These are the things in Microsoft that he has completed. Microsoft, all the programming languages in Microsoft using Python. He is now working in Active Edu Technologies India Private Limited as developer cum trainer. Previously, he was attached with C-Cube Informatics Private Limited, Bhavans Gandhi Institute and Srishti Infoware. He is a Microsoft certified trainer, and he is very much passionate about coaching, teaching and learning. He drives programs to accelerate technology benefits in education with a scope of activities that cover the full spectrum of learning scenarios, including student programs, teacher PhD programs, etc. So this is all about sir. Also, additionally, he has skills in Microsoft Office and Internet Savvy, MS SQL 2005, C and C++, Java, Python. So these skills also he is having in obviously in Information Technology. So I welcome you, sir, in this pre-placement orientation program. And as Nandi sir told, he is our regular faculty in Advanced Studies, Advanced Business Excel. So we are our students, and we are really very much keen to listen you in this orientation program. So welcome you once again. And now I am making you live so that you can address our students.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot for all the team members. Shoaib sir, Maji sir, thanks a lot. Without your support, it won't be this possible. So thanks a lot. And Nandi sir, thanks a lot again for sharing the stage, the resource, all these things, so that I can share my limited knowledge to all your students. And thank you, ma'am, Priya ma'am. Thanks for your support is very much important. Fine. Now I'm directly let me start the session with Excel option. So why Excel, and in between I will share some questions regarding what are the questions which may which are there in the interview session. So right, so I will share some questions and it's not matter they should ask the question, but I'm just sharing some knowledge, some experience for all the students who are attending the slide session right now. So now let me share my screen and let me put a small picture, or let me start with some basic honors. Sorry, I thought I know that you all are well aware of the basic features of Excel, rows, columns, all this things like that. But I'm directly going to that particular topic, which is known as table.
So I request you, sir, to kindly switch on your video. Your video is not visible, sir.
Ma'am, so I would like to share my screen also, ma'am. So
Both will be visible, sir. Both will be visible.
So whether the camera should be on is mandatory?
Camera should be on. Yeah, camera should be on. And you can share your presentation. Your presentation is visible, sir. So
Fine.
I will set. Yeah, now it is okay. Now it's okay.
Okay. Now here's the option. So now let me start with the table, right? So before going for that table, pivot table, consolidation, all that things, the question is still there, right? Now suppose you're sitting in the interview question, and the question will start with why Excel, right? I think that the first question you're going to face if you're going for a interview for the fresher level or beginners level, right? If you have an experience, then fine, the question will be different. But again, if you are in a fresher seat, the question will be why Excel as data analyst, right? Why we are using that particular tool so that you can and what is the extra feature? Why we are using Excel as a data analyst tool, right? So that the question where I think that the best portion to enter, or that the best way to enter that particular question is first one. So many built-in features are there. User-friendly features are there, right? So that any user who is new to Excel and just going with some basic introduction, basic training program, they can easily enhance the knowledge. They can easily use the tools. That's why Excel is still a strong contender among all the tools, data analyst tools in the market. And definitely you can download the files, you can use SAP, you can use Microsoft SQL Server, right? So many up-end tools are there through which you can complete your transaction, fine. But at the end of the day, what you have to do is you have to sit and make some make some calculation there, right? So for all that purpose, definitely Excel is the best tool through which you can easily interact, you can easily communicate, right? No need to know any programming language. If you know how to select, know how to instruct the Excel, if you know all these things, definitely Excel is a good guidance, easy software through which you can easily communicate, and all your work can then be done easily, right? So that's the importance of Excel. Right, and Excel has evolved a lot from 97 or 95 version of Excel till 2019 or the 365 version of Excel. Excel has evolved a lot. If any person who is there who already used the 95 version Excel or the 97 version or the latest one, right? So I used all these versions. That's what defined it's evolved a lot. So many features are there, so many built-in features are there, and attractive tools are there, so that you can easily analyze your information, analyze your data. You can show others that this is the right way to interpret the data, right? So all these things are there in Excel. Right now, the topic will start with the table option, right? So let me open that file for you. Now I'm using 2019 Excel. Right, 2019, the latest version, and the another version of 2019 is 365. That's the cloud version. So again, if you have any of this version, any tools, fine, it's okay. No, if you don't have 2019, if you're dealing with 16, 13, 10, fine, no issues. Why? Because the basic thing is same, right? How you can use Excel, how to use this calculation tools, functions, right? So many tools. All these things are there. I'm not going with any new topic here. The topic which we already discussed or you already know. Let me refresh all this topic in between. If there is any query, we will discuss at the end of the session, right? Okay. So now let me start with a simple data. Here it is. Right, a corporate data or definitely the data which you're going to handle once you join any corporate or any firm or any organization. Right. So customer list is there in your screen. Fine. Right. Now the question may be as a beginner. Now let me treat the first half an hour of first session for the beginners. Right. You completed your graduation. Fine. Your PG. OK. You completed a ICMA course program. Fine. Right. So you are well equipped with all the latest technology and skills. Now you have to sit and deliver, right? That you have to sit and complete the tasks which are assigned. So now here's the simple data for you, data table, database, right? You can connect all these things. It's not a database, but again, we can let me put that word database here. Fine. Now the task is, suppose now you are asked to make some simple tasks. Now suppose in the interview you may ask to shade this table or make alternative colors, right? So first of all, you have to check that whether you are dealing with some simple data range or table, right? So in Excel, so let me open a blank sheet first. Fine. Right. Now let me create a simple data series. So we have to deal with data series or a table, right? So our data can be defined into two separate sections. First one is data series, and data series means the well definition is simple collection of some data in rows and columns format is called a data range, right? So name, number or contact number, fine, address, fine, department, yeah, and just enter these values, and this collection of records or collection of data is called data series, right? Simple data series, just collection of rows and columns. Now another question which may ask in the examination, right? What is a data range and what is a table? How will you differentiate? How will you understand whether it's a data series or table? So the basic thing is what you have to understand is whenever you're dealing with some data series, that means just collection of rows and columns, right? It just means nothing extra will be added in your menu option, right? I'm just selecting the header or the data is selected, fine. Nothing, no changes is occurred in your title bar, sorry, in your menu bar, right? So same insert option, page layout, right? So the option will be same, fine. So that means whenever you select a data range or collection of data, which is not in table format, no changes will occur or no extra feature will be added in your menu bar. Fine. So that's the first thing which you have to understand. OK, now how to differentiate? OK, whether I'm dealing with a data range or table. So data range, no features will be there. But when you are dealing with table, fine. So now let me open the sheet where the table is already defined. Now select any cell, right? Any range, any cell from that data part. Now come to the title header, title or the menu option, right? Just go through the option. A special tab is added now, that is design. Fine. So that means now you are dealing with not a simple data range. Now you are dealing with a advanced tool that is table. Fine. So that means if the design option is enabled, so that means you are dealing with a table now. So that means another feature, so many advanced tools features are there in the table feature. So now how to identify all these things? Click the option design. Here it is. The ribbon properties get changed now, right? So when you select any cell, the ribbon properties get changed. Right, just go to the ribbon properties. Now what is ribbon? The tools where the icons are placed in the space allocated for the tool allocation. That specific zone is called ribbon. Right, here it is. These are called ribbon. Right, and the tools are placed over that particular ribbon option. Right. So when you click the design option, the ribbon properties get changed. and some
Sir,
extra.
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Your Excel is not showing, sir. Excel sheet is not showing.
Fine. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Students are asking for.
Okay. 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 Just a minute. I will reshare. Just. Now it's okay.
Yeah, sir. Right now, okay, sir. Now it is
Fine.
visible.
Fine. Fine. Okay. So here it is. Right. So collection of rows and columns. Yeah, is there. So whether it's a data range? No, it's not a data range. Why? Because select any cell and just come to the top menu bar. Right. A design tab will be added now. Right. So that means now you're dealing with table features. So many advanced features are, as I told you, so many features are there. Let me explain one by one. First one, the template. How you give some specific color or specific design for that data part. So the option is table style. So already some built-in templates will be there, right? You can use these templates so that you can change the color or the nature of your table, right? You can select anyone. So this is the template and these are some predefined templates, right? So you can apply any one of these, fine. So that first property for table. Second is, now suppose I want to calculate or I want to make all the rows or alternate rows shaded, banded rows shaded, fine. So again, in the table style options, here it is. Some check options are there. Just explore these features here. So let me click the banded row option here. Fine, here it is. So once I click the banded rows, all the alternative rows get shaded here. Fine. Okay, now remove the banded rows, go to banded columns. Fine. So that means you can easily connect your data. You can make your data more easily readable using these two options. Fine. Okay. So rows, columns are there. Fine. So these are some other features which are defined in the table options. Total row, I will explain, right. Let me go with one by one. Fine. Now some more features are there that is known as slicer. Now slicer means it's an advanced filter, or you can say that it's a definitely it's a filter option, but a graphical user, right? A graphical interface is defined for that particular slicer tool. Now suppose you want to create a slicer here, right? That means you're applying a filter, but in a different way. So convert it into table, fine. So it's already in table format, fine. Design option is there, so click the design option, and in the tools category, here tools category, slicer option, right? Using this tool you can make a you can say, yeah, it's a remote control, right? Just press any key and the data will be changed. Here's the option for you. So click the option insert slicer, fine. So here it defines a tool will be defined, or a dialog box will be defined, which shows that all the field name and all the column headers in your table, right? Column customer ID, first name, all the information will be there. Now you can decide what you want to show your customer or your client, right? Now suppose my requirement is let me show the customer ID, fine, and the country and region, and the fine, city and birth date, fine. So all these features which I want to share with my customer or with my client. So enable all the feature, you have to check all the features and give the confirmation OK. So what will happen in your Excel interface? A small box will be defined. Now this small box can be defined as a simple small remote control where you can easily deal with, right? Now suppose you want to view all the customers from Canada, fine. So that means just click the Canada from this remote here. So all the customers will be defined in listed in the main data sheet, which shows only for customer, no, only for Canada, fine. Now if you want to know the detail for 1009 customer, that's all, right? So you can use these interface, and using these interface you can easily communicate with your main data table or the data range, right? Fine. Now if you don't want to display that particular element, you want to display all the elements, just go with this filter option and just close the filter tool there. That's all. So all the icons, all the data will be redefined again. Now here also I don't want only for Canada. I want to display all the information. So again, close this option which is there in the slicer tool. So click that one. So all the information will be there. Now, if you want to remove, select and delete. right? So you can add slices, you can remove slices, anything you can make customized requirement in this Excel sheet using the option slicer. Right? Now the question is, now another question which may ask in the interview, how you can convert a data range to table. Fine, right? So data range means no features will be there. It's a simple collection of rows and columns, right? So the question which may ask in the interview is how you will convert a data range to table, so that you can use this advanced tool. So the best option is, or the shortcut method is Control T. That's the shortcut method, but I recommend that go with shortcuts as well as the procedures as well the process. Why? Because to understand how these options are enabled. Right. So now let me convert a simple table first. So just a minute, just give me a seconds. Let me convert this to range first. Fine. Now I converted the table into data range. Now how you can understand this? Just select any cell. Fine. Now just notice the header, the column, the menu option. The design option is not now activated in your Excel sheet or in my Excel sheet. Why? Because right now I'm dealing with simple collection of rows and columns. Right? Just customers' names are there, column ID, column specification, and row data. That's all. Nothing special here. But if you want to add some features here, you want to add slicer, you want to add some banded rows, templates, all these things, if you require, the basic thing is you have to convert this data range into table. Fine. Now how to convert? Select anywhere in the data, come to the option insert. In the insert tab, in the tables category, the first tables category, the third icon, table. Fine. Just place the mouse over there. It will show the shortcut method or the process to convert the data range to table. Right. So the shortcut is Control T. Fine. So let me click this first. I'm going with the manual process first. Now all the data in your Excel sheet gets selected. Right. And these lines which are moving right now in my screen is known as dancing ants. Right. Why that name is right, even I'm not sure, but the name is dancing ants, which shows that all your data is selected. Fine. Now this is the dialog box which give the confirmation that now you're going to convert the data range to table. Fine. So there's one important thing which has to be mentioned here, that is my table has header. Fine. So that means my first row in this data range should be treated as a data row only. It's not your data, right? So it should not be considered into the data part. It will always considered as a data header, always be placed at the top of your data, right? So you have to tell Excel that, dear Excel, first line is not a data, it's a data header, right? Or a table header. So you have to tick this option. Fine. And this range shows that from the cell A8, right, A8 to K80. That means from the first cell to the last cell, all the data are selected here. And now once you click OK, your data range will be converted to table and you are able to access all the advanced features in Excel. So that confirmation you have to tell. So give the confirmation OK. That's all. Fine. So once you click the OK button, what will happen? Your data converted into table here. Right. So the question which may ask in the interview is how to convert a data range to table. Fine. Whether OK, that's the first question. Which option? Right. So you have to keep in mind that insert. Right. Through insert option, we can convert the data range to table, and data range means simple collection of rows and columns. Right. Simple data, collection of data. And table means it's an advanced feature where you are grouping all your data so that a particular task can be completed and some special features can be defined. Right. OK, so that's the difference between data range and table. Fine. Now the question will, another question will be whether we can convert the table into data range. Yes, we can convert. We can go with the in the reverse direction. So the process is again, once the table is created, so the design tab is enabled. Right. which shows that right now you are dealing with a table. It's not a simple data series, it's a table, right? So if the design tab is enabled, fine. So you can understand that, okay, now I'm dealing with table. All the advanced features will be there, right? So click the option design. Here it is. Templates will be there. Table options, slicers, export, right? Remove duplicate, so many features are there, right? So if you want to view this particular ribbon, you have to convert your data range to table. So that's the first thing. Now, how to convert back to data range? Fine. So click the option design once again. Now come to the tools category. Right, in the tools category, there's the option slicer. In the same category, you have to click the option convert to range. Right, that means now I don't want the table feature. You are telling the Excel that, dear Excel, please convert my Excel table to simple data range. I don't want these advanced features right now. Right, so you can click the option convert to range. Fine. So it will ask a confirmation which you have to confirm. Yes, I want to convert it into normal range. Give the confirmation yes. That's all. So what will happen? Now again, just go through the title bar, sorry, the menu bar. The design option will not be there in your Excel interface right now. Why? Because now you are dealing with collection of records only. It's not a table. Fine. Okay, so that's the difference between table and a data range. So it's always recommended that whenever you're dealing with some data, convert it into table. Why? I will show some more example where you can easily connect why this table feature is important here. Fine. So that's the first topic. Right now, okay, let me open a second sheet. Okay, fine. Another sheet for you, another data for you. Here it is. Now suppose suppose you're working for any marketing company, and now suppose as a data analyst or as a Excel user, you are asked to create a report or analyze this report which shows the executive's name. Fine, all the executives' names are there. Fine, and the top header consists of month-based detail. Fine, and these data are from month-based sales value. Fine, right? So data is here, right? Okay. Now the task may be you have to calculate the total value for the month of September or June or December, right? So these are the questions or these are the tasks which you have to complete as Excel user, right? So the executives names are there, the sales values are there, on the month based sales values are there. Now what you have to do, you have to calculate the total sales for the month of December or the total sales for the month of July, August, whatever, right? So first of all, as I told that, it's always recommended that whenever dealing with some data, some bulky data, convert it into table. Your task will be more easier, right? You can easily analyze your data. Now, the data is there, fine. Now, how to check whether I'm dealing with data or table? Select any cell. The design option is there in the Excel sheet. So that means it's a table. Fine. Okay. Now click the design tab and come to the option table style options. Right. As I told, some check options are there. Right. So using these check options, you can easily highlight some features here. For example, we already deal about what is banded rows and banded columns. That's fine. Now let me explore one more feature here, that is total row. Fine. Okay. Now before going for that particular one, now suppose I am a simple Excel user, right? I don't know how to use table. Now this is the data which I'm going to analyze, right? And according to my manager, what I'm supposed to do is I have to calculate the total sales for the month of December. Fine. So December means the last value, last column, right? Okay. So now how I can do if I'm not aware of table feature, the simple way is start with equals sum of, right? Select the whole range, all the columns which are for the December value. You have to select all the values and the answer will be there, right? So that's the one way to calculate the use Excel feature or Excel tool equal to sum. We all know auto sum, right? But instead of that, instead of going for equal to sum of or using the auto sum, can we display the report for this particular Excel sheet? Yes, we can do using the option table, right? So select the any cell anywhere in the data range, right? You have to convert it to table. If it's already converted, fine, no need to again conversion. Why? Because just go with the option now insert. Now the table option is disabled now. Now another question which may ask in the interview, whether you can apply another table in an existing table. So the answer is no. Why? Because you cannot apply another table to an existing table, right? So the table feature is disabled now. So it also shows that now you're dealing with table, right? It's not a data series. Fine. Now come to the design option, and in the table style category, here it is, right? Click the option total row. Control Shift T is the shortcut method. Fine. So you can either use that one or just enable this feature. Fine. So what will happen? Here it is. So once you enable the total row, fine, just go through the Excel sheet. Here, a new row get added here, and at the last row, a total value is defined here, which shows that the total value for the month of December. Fine, so that means no need to include equal to sum, nothing, right? Just click that check option. All the things will be performed by Excel itself, right? Now suppose the question is, okay, why it's showing for the month of December? Fine, you can calculate for any month, select any cell. Fine, the drop down is there. Fine, so if you want to calculate the total value for the month of April, fine, use the drop down. And here's the listed functions for you, dear. Right, you can use sum, average, max, minimum, standard deviation, right? Count. So many functions are there. So you can use these function and calculate the value. That means you can analyze your report. Now, suppose I want to know the highest sales value for the month of April. Right. So that means I have to use a function max. Here it is. Right, so that means without using a equal to or a function, without typing a function, you can easily define the value. You can easily extract the value from your data range. Right, fine. Now suppose you want to calculate the total value or the total count for the month of August. Fine, so select the cell once again, drop down. So total count means how many entries are there, right? So use the function count. Fine, so that's how you can analyze your data in a simple manner, provided you have to convert the data range to table. Fine, okay, now let me convert this data table to simple data and try to execute the same process. Huh? So click the option convert to range, give the confirmation yes. Fine, now if you select any cell, now this time no. Why? Because now you're dealing with simple data range. The table option is not there. Fine. So that means if you're dealing with data range, all those features will not be there in your Excel interface. Fine. OK, so clear how to use table and data range. Fine. OK. Now select any cell. OK, let me use Control T, the shortcut method, give the confirmation OK. Fine. Again, I'm converting the whole data range to table. Now always give name specification. It's always recommended that whenever you're working for Excel or in a computer interface or a computer platform, it's always recommended that give a name for that particular platform or the data which you're using. Right. For example, now I'm dealing with these data, right? And this data is already converted into table. Fine. So give a name for that table so that you can easily access that table or easily access the data. All right. For example, I'm giving the table name here. So always give the table name at the design properties tab, table name. So you can check the name here, which table you're dealing with. You can easily check the name in the table name option. So give the name revenue underscore 21. Fine. The name of this table is now revenue underscore 21. Now suppose you're dealing with any other sheet. Fine. Fine. You are in the different sheet. Now you want to directly go to that particular table which you created right now or which you defined right now. So how you directly go to that one? if you're dealing with a 50 or 60 table or 60 sheets, it's not an easy task, right? So in that case, you have to use the option name box. Here's the option name box. So use this name box properly. Many of your tasks can be easily completed using this name box, right? Now suppose you directly want to the go to that particular table with the name revenue underscore 21, right? So use this drop down. Here it is. So the name will be there in your name box. So whatever reference you provide in Excel sheet, all the things, all the reference will be there in the name box. That's why the name specifies its importance, right? Name box. That means a box where all the names are listed. Click that revenue underscore 21. So Excel will open that particular table for you. So properly use this name box. Many of the tasks can be easily simplified. Right, you can easily complete all your main tasks. Fine. So that's table. Clear? Fine. So that's some important feature, right? The question may be how to convert data range to table and simple data range to table, the vice versa, right? You have to understand all this feature. What is the shortcut method and how will you define table? Now in the interview, the question may be what is table? How will you define table? So table is a simple grouping of your data. One line definition is it's a grouping, right? So that you can easily calculate the formula, you can easily define the tools, you can easily use the tools if you're dealing with table. But instead of data range, all the things are not grouped, everything is an individual entity. So you have to apply the formula for all the range or all the column. But when it comes to table, you can easily handle the formula, functions, tools, all these things can be easily applied once, and the features will be applied for all your data in the table, right? So for that purpose, let me show one more example for you. Fine, right? Now suppose a data is there, right? Customer's name is there, fine. Date, department, company name, fine. Now suppose, so first check whether it's a data range or table, select any cell. Design tab is not defined, so that means we are dealing with simple data range. Fine. Now suppose you are asked to calculate the value. Now this column has to be calculated, that means a formula has to be defined here. Fine. And this is simple data range, it's not yet converted into table. Now the formula is, for example, go with some simple formula, equals quantity into price. Press enter key. Fine. So that means it will calculate for that particular cell only. Fine. So that first the cell for that total value will be defined here. Fine. Now suppose in your Excel sheet there are some blank rows created. Fine. Right. So one or two blank rows are defined here. Okay. Now suppose now next task is you have to apply this formula to respective cell. So what we will do? Select the cell, use the autofill option and double click. Right. So what will happen? It will fill all the cell values here till that blank rows. Fine. Again, you have to use this autofill again drag the value or double click. Fine. So it will calculate the value to the next range of values. Again, the blank cell is there, so it will stop calculating your formula. Right. So that's the limitation of data range. Fine. So clear, if you're dealing with data range, if there is any blank cell inserted, blank row inserted, it will not calculate the whole column for you. Fine. Now let me complete the same task using table. Fine. Okay, just a minute. Huh? So let me delete all the features here. Fine. Now I have to calculate. Now let me insert some blank rows here. Insert. Fine. A blank row is inserted. Fine. Now our task is we have to calculate the total. So we have to apply a formula here. Fine. And what extra changes occurred here when you're dealing with table and when you're dealing with data range. So let me select all this table once again. All the range has to be selected, Control Shift right and Control Shift down to select the whole range. So once you select all the data, click the option Control T. So that means you're converting this data range to table. Click OK. Fine, that's all. Now you can easily calculate the formula. Here it is. The formula is equal to unit price. Just go through the formula. Huh? This time it's not showing the cell address, it's showing the column header quantity into unit price, right? So that means it will show the column name. It will show the column's name and the second column, that is unit price. Press the enter key. So what will do? Excel will calculate the whole data set for you. The whole table will be whole column will be calculated, right? Without using double click or autofill. That's the importance of table. So once you convert the data range to table, all these feature can be easily executed. Now just go to the option. Wherever there is a blank row for that specific cell, it will calculate 0 because no values are there, right? So no need to drag. Why? Because suppose if you're dealing with 35,000 data, so whether you are going to sit there and drag all the formula, no. Let Excel do the task. Right? You're not here for data entry operator. You're here to complete the task using Excel. So let Excel complete the task, right? Why you are sitting behind and perform all the tasks? For that purpose, you should know. You should know the instruction which has to be given to Excel. Then only Excel will complete it. Otherwise, Excel nahi karega aapke liye, right? You have to tell Excel, right? So convert the data range to table and then apply the formula. Fine. Now, if you double click any cell, just go to the formula now. It shows that quantity. Now the column name is specified here. Instead of cell reference, the column name is important here. That's why that means all the columns are grouped now. Right. Select any cell value. Here it is. Now the cell importance is 0. The column name importance is in higher priority. That's why table is very much in demand and professionals prefer, and they convert all the data range to table, then they will go with data analysis. Fine, clear what is table and data range. Fine, okay. Fine. Now let me close this file. Now another task that is known as which may ask in the interview, that is consolidate your data. Fine. Now let me open that particular file for you. Fine. Now suppose again you are sitting for any client and the client details are there. First quarter information, second quarter, third quarter. Fine, all the quarter based information there. Now the task or the work assigned by the manager or your client is they have to combine all these data, right? In the first quarter, some values are there. Fine. Second quarter, again, some different values or different range of values are there. And in the third set or third range, again, different value, different data ranges are there, right? Now your task is make all these sheet information in a single sheet. That means consolidate all your report, client's report in a single sheet so that he can easily analyze, okay, what are the tools or what are the sales value, what are the average sales value, all these things has to be defined. But first of all, the basic requirement is make all these data in a single sheet. So that means you have to consolidate the data. Fine. Now how to consolidate? Again, a tool which may ask in the interview part, right? How to consolidate, whether it's possible. Yeah, all these things can be done, right? So how to consolidate means collect all the information from different sheet and make it a single report, right? That is consolidated report. Fine. So just go through the data first, right? In the first sheet, we are dealing with some 4 or 5, okay, 6 executives names are there. Product name is there. Fine, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 product name is there and 6 executives names are there, and the sales value. Fine, that first sheet all about. Second sheet, second quarter consists of some lengthy executives names. This time 11 executives names are there and the product name is only 4. Right, so that means the list is varying for every quarter. Third sheet, fine, again some list is there. this time 8, and this time the number of columns are 6, right? So that means you're dealing with different set of data, and using these different set of data, how you can combine it and make it a single report, right? First option is either you can go with the option Power Query. That's the version which is there in 2016 and 19. You can combine, but again the limitation is the data format should be same. Then only the Power Query will, or the data can be appended or merged. Fine, but here the data set is different, right? You have to deal with different rows and different columns. So how you can collect all this information and make it a single report, one sheet report. Fine. So task is clear, right? What we are going to complete here. Different sheets are there. Different set of data is there. Fine. And we have to consolidate all these data in a single sheet, in a single blank sheet. OK. So now let me start the process. So select any cell. Right, so it's always recommended. It's not recommended. It's always a standard procedure that start with B2. Why? Because you can set some margin at the left hand side and get a margin at the top level, right? So question will be whether if I'm selecting I2 and if I complete the process, whether the report won't get generated. No, it will generate. It definitely will generate. But the process is whenever you create any fresh report, it's always recommended that in the standard procedure is defined that start with B2. So that you can add some rows and columns here. If you want to add some a margin here, you can set here top margin, left margin, right? Just think if you're writing a letter to your friend in an A4 sheet, right? You always keep a margin at the left hand side and the top hand side, right? Same, connect that with this Excel interface, right? Keep some space for left and top, select. Now I'm going to consolidate all this report, collect all this report and make it a single sheet. Fine. So I'm not going with Control A, Control C and Control V. That means copy paste. No, मैं वो process नहीं करूँगा. Right. So what I'm trying to do is use the Excel tool so that all the features can be easily defined in this range of cell and in the fourth sheet. Fine. So select the cell. Fine. Come to the option data. OK. Now in the data tab, we have a tool that is data tools category. Fine. And in this data tools category, we have an option named as Consolidate. Fine. So that means where you can combine different sheet, different set of data and make it a single report. Right. So in the data tab, data tools category, Consolidate. Right. So let me click that particular tool. Fine. The option is enabled. Now here's the dialog box, right, which shows that the name of the dialog box is Consolidate. Fine. Now three main features are here, right? First one is the reference part, right? Means which data or which sheet you want to include here. You have to select that sheet and add it into the reference part and some basic feature that I'll tell later. Now our basic requirement is collect information from different sheet. Right. OK. So select this arrow option. That means you have to select a range of cells. So click this option. So it will be compressed. Fine. Now open the first quarter. Fine. Right. Now you can select the data. Right. Whatever your requirement is there. What sort of report you want to create. You have to select all the report and make it in the main sheet. Right. So the selection is important here. Don't select the header portion. It's not important here. What's important here? The executive's name, the product name and the sales value. That means you have to select the whole data part only, which includes the executive's name. That means the left column and the top column, row headers. Right. These two options are important and definitely the sales value. So you have to select all these values. Come to the reference part once again. Right, so that column will be defined here, that sheet will be defined, that is first quarter A6 to F13. First quarter A6 to F13. So all the range will be specified here. Give the confirmation add. Fine. So that means you added to your reference part. So what you have to do for all your data. So now open the second quarter again. Ensure that all the data has to be selected, right? nothing should be kept blank or no extra value has to be added here. So it will generate a value error value here. So instead of that, select exactly the data which is important here. Again, click add. Right. So second column is added, second sheet is added. Again, open the third sheet, select the whole data part once again. Again, click add. Fine. So all the data's informations are added in your reference part. Fine. Now give the confirmation OK. But wait, if you click OK, definitely you will get a report. But again, a report means it should be easy to understand, right? So if you click OK, you will get only some numeric values. This executives names and the product name won't be there in your main report. So what you have to do, you have to tell Excel that in my report, there should be the top row included there. Fine. So top row means the product name should be there. Left column, definitely it should be there. That means the executive's name should be there. Fine. And you have to create a link between this sheet and the main report. So create link. So you have to enable these three features. Once you give these options, give the confirmation OK. Fine. So that's all. So now it shows that. Okay, now let me display in a report format. So select the column once again, use the control button and go with double click in the column header. Fine. So it will give some extra space, some adequate space for all the data. Now it's a well-defined report, right? Which shows that executives names are there, product name is there, and the sales value. Here it is. Right, so that's called consolidation, where you can deal with any data set, any rows and columns will be there. So you can include all that rows and columns into your main sheet using the option consolidate. That comes under data tab. Data consolidate. Fine. Now, why these blank cells are defined? Because for that blank cells, no values or no sales values are defined for that 3 quarters. Here it is. Right, for these 3 quarters, if there is any blank values, that blank value will be reflected in your main sheet. Fine. So clear how to use this consolidate option. Okay. One more task for you, just to understand a better manner. Let me open one more sheet for you and we will discuss the process. Right. So let me close this one. Okay, just a minute. Let's go with a random check. Open the first quarter. Or any executive's name and let's go with some random check whether the report is okay or fine. Let's select Sonia. Right, now the name of the executive is Sonia. Fine, and the total sales value for the drip coffee. Okay, let's go with some drip coffee for Sonia, that is 2,100. Right, so that means this is a consolidated report, and for that particular employee the sales value is 2,100. Right, now let's check whether the value is there for all the individual sheet or not. Right, so open the first quarter and Isabel check is the Isabel is there. No, Isabella is not there. Second sheet, here it is. Right, so the total value for drip coffee is 2,100 only. Fine, so that's why now in the third sheet. Fine. Right, so that means in the second sheet only, second quarter only, that executive had done a sales for 2,100 for drip coffee. So that's why in the consolidated sheet only a row has been defined for that particular employee and the total values are defined. Here it is. Clear? So it's clear. That's how you can connect your data with the main data table and you can check whether you can go with any random value and check whether the consolidated report is fine or not. Right, okay. Now close this once again, go with another example for you. Okay, one more task related to consolidation. Fine. Now east-wise directions there, product name is there and the sales value. Fine. Okay, so this for 2013, 14. Fine, different values are there and 15 also. Right, this time only 2 columns are there. Right, so that means you can work with any rows and any columns and make it a consolidated report. Fine, now you have to make a consolidated report for all these data. Fine, right, So select the cell or select the sheet from where you want to display all this information and consolidate all this information. Select the cell, come to the option data, data tools, consolidate. Fine. Now the basic step, what you have to understand to consolidate means you have to tell Excel that what are the data, what are the source information. So you have to tell manually everything, right? And now suppose I don't want to calculate the total value. This time I want to go with some average value or any other function. So from this drop down, you can select the functions, right? But normally what we do, we have to consolidate report means you have to take the total value. No, if you want to calculate the average, fine. Select that particular function from the drop down. Now Excel will calculate the average value from all these three sheets. Fine. Now reference part, which sheet you want to include here? So 2013. Selection is important here. Huh? Don't select all the data range here, including the header. No, that is header. That's a different. It's not a data. It's just a text only, right? Data is this only. The region wise product base information. So that what you have to select, right? Fine, click add. Now 2014, again select the header portion and the data. Fine, add. And for 2015, again, fine, add. Right, so all the sheets are defined here, right? So all the data sheets with range specification will be included here. Fine. Now another question, what if I click OK here? Okay, now the best way to learn is commit some mistakes, and from that mistake you can learn easily. I'm not going with this option, top row, left column and create links. I'm leaving all these options. Directly click OK here. Fine. So definitely you will get a report, right? Excel will calculate or define a well-defined report for you. But again, the limitation is you cannot tell anybody that what this report actually is. Now, how will you define what is 45,000? Sorry, I don't know. Why? Because the data is not fully managed here, right? The columns are not specified here. The top row is not specified here. So that means if you complete the process without that check option, you will get the report, but it's not easy to understand, right? Again, you have to sit and make some rows and columns here. So why to take extra effort, right? Let Excel do the task. Fine. Select, consolidate, select all the options from your data part, add. 14, again select all your data part, and for 15, same process. No need to select some extra rows or columns, only the data part only. Fine. Right, now you have to use that. In my report, there should be a top row, the product name should be there. Sorry, the region wise information should be there. Left column, that means the product, food product, and the link. Fine. What is this link? Let me explain that. So click all these options and let me create a link. That means any updations will be defined in the main report. Here it is. Now it's easy to understand and easy to define, right? What is a report? Here it is. For electricity, east wise is 3060. For west, right? So you get a detailed information. What is this? For which region is this? Right. Now, this is a summarized report. Now, if the client want to know all the information in a single sheet, fine. So that you can show using the option second one. Here it is. Just go to the ribbon option in the Excel sheet left corner. 2 pages will be defined, first and second. First will show the summarized report, main report will be there, right? No, if the customer or the client want to know all the information which is there in all the sheets, you can open the second page. So click 2, here it is. So it will show all the information in your Excel sheet. Right, so for properly executing this elaborated version, you have to click the option create link. Right, otherwise this option won't be defined in your Excel sheet. So whenever creating a consolidated report, you have to click the features and enable the features left top row, left column, and the create link option. So all the data will be defined. So that's another feature which is important from the exam point of view. Sorry, from the interview point of view, consolidation. Right, so table and consolidation are important. Fine. Okay, So clear? Your questions definitely at the end of the session, I will come to that point. Fine. Now another example which are commonly asked for interview, right? Let me share my personal experience in the year 2007 and 8. Late 7, yeah, 2007 in financial year. I got a chance to attend the interview at Tata Communications, right? And the question was pivot table and VLOOKUP, right? In the year 2007 and 8, right? So the question was how to create a pivot table or how to use the function VLOOKUP. Right, so that's my personal experience. Let me share with the same so that you can also update. Please prepare all these things, right? Because your work will be more easier if you know pivot table. You have to you can easily create your report using pivot table. Just you have to just drag and drop. Option should be you have to use that features only, and the report will be there. But you should have a clear-cut idea, right? What type of report I want to prepare. Fine. So pivot table is the best option through which you can generate the report. But again, there should be a clear-cut idea, right? What should be in the left column? What should be the top option? How to arrange the data? That you should know. Right. Fine. So I will tell some basic about what is pivot table, how to use pivot table. But this time, let me start with what is VLOOKUP. Right. Fine. So now a data is there, a set of data is there. Fine, here it is. Some informations are there in the data range. Fine. Now my requirement or my client's requirement is, now suppose I'm working for a HR department, right? And these are some employees' name. Fine. Now the company, the manager, or any my clients would like to know who is this person. I would like to know the department of that particular employee and the total salary or total value, whatever value which is there in the Excel sheet, right? So that means you have to extract these information, total value, department, and the total value, which is there in a separate Excel sheet. Fine. So that means a Excel sheet is defined. From that Excel sheet, you have to extract a value for any particular employee. That means just consider or relate this with the example which we commonly use in our vehicle is that is GPRS, right? So that means you have to tell your exact position, your latitude and your longitude, which is there in the map. So you have to highlight your location in the GPRS, right? So that's how you can connect VLOOKUP and this process. So you can easily locate the position from the main geographical area or from the main data table. Right, from this bulk information, we have to identify a small thing or a small information. Right, so that's why we can connect VLOOKUP as a GPRS. Right, your position and your location, your value will be defined there. So how to use, what are the arguments which are important and how to use this option, right? So let me start with a simple definition for the process with VLOOKUP, right? So V stands for vertical. That means it will search the data from the main table in a vertical manner, right? From top to bottom, right? It won't select from bottom to up. It won't select from right to left. It won't select, right? So that's the limitation of VLOOKUP. It will only select from top to bottom and from left to right. Fine. So it's always important that your table should be in such a format. Okay, wait, let me start the process and we will I will share the limitations or the disadvantage of VLOOKUP. Fine. So our requirement is this value has to be defined. This value has to be searched from this main table and the department for which that employee is working and the total value or total salary, whatever, right? These two columns has to be fulfilled here. Fine. So now we have a function that is VLOOKUP. So start with equals VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP stands for vertical search the value. It will search the value vertically. Fine. Open the parentheses. Now there are 4 arguments which has to be understood in a proper way. If you understand these arguments you can easily master the functions, right? Almost 480 functions are there in Excel, and if you are able to understand the parameters or the arguments for any function, that means 70% of task is over. You can easily collect the information, right? Rest you have to practice, you have to explore, but the basic thing is you have to understand what is this argument, why we are using this argument. If that portion is clear, almost 480 function, you can easily master all the functions in Excel 2019, right? So let me start with equals VLOOKUP. So we have to search the value. Now, which value has to be searched here? That is the first argument is lookup value. That means we have to search a value. Fine. Which value has to be searched? The value which is defined in the cell B10. Fine. So that means that particular value has to be searched. Fine. From where it has to be searched, that means the main location has to be specified now. So table array, right? So use a separator comma here, right? So that means lookup value, separator, comma should be defined. Next is table array, right? From where it has to be searched, right? The main location or the main destination where it has to be searched, right? So you have to select all the values which includes, or the first value should start from the search value. That means our search value is part number here. So always select a table or the range which starts from that particular value. That means from part number onwards. So that should be the first column in your VLOOKUP table. That's the property of VLOOKUP, or you can say that advantage, disadvantage, or property, or जो भी आप समझ लो, right? So that means you have to select that value, fine. And from where it has to be searched. So should I select the whole table? No, you don't have to select the whole table. You have to select the table from the part number or the lookup value, and our lookup value is part number. From that column onwards, you have to select the whole table. Whole data range has to be selected. So that's the property, and that what you have to understand, right? Now freeze the option. Now what is freezing? I'm not going to that basic concept here. I think you all know what is freezing and why we are using freezing, right? So we have to make this data range as a fixed content or fixed range. So I'm using the freezing option using a dollar symbol, right? Okay, comma. Third argument is column index number. That means what we have to print here. We have to print the department for that particular part number, right? So department is in which position. So you have to specify the column index number. So column means which column we have to display here. Department has to be defined, and department is in which column. First column is part number. Second column is the department. So that means you have to enter the second value here. So define 2. So 2 specifies the column value in this selected range or in the selected table. First column is part number. Second column is department, and we have to display department here, right? So enter 2 here, comma. True and false value. So whenever you're dealing with VLOOKUP, it's always recommended that go with the option. It's not recommended. You have to select the exact match, right? Fine. So that means you have to exactly show the value which is there in the cell value B10. So that means you have to exact. Hello. Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Fine, fine. I'm extremely sorry here. There's some network issues over there. That's fine. Now it's okay, right?
Yes, sir.
Fine, fine. Okay, okay, fine. So here's it, right? Now let me explain once again. Okay, let me go with some other value. Now we have to define the total value, right? Fine. So start with equals, and we have to use VLOOKUP here, right? Now, in the exam or in any interview, they won't ask this type of question, right? Define VLOOKUP. They will just put a simple picture for you. A task will be defined, and you have to think, you have to use your own wisdom, right? Which function to be used. Now, for that purpose, let me help you with some small tricks and some tips. So whenever you want to, now just connect the example, the question with the task which you have to perform, right? Whenever you want to extract the information from a main database, right? And you have to define the data in a, the table is defined in a column based, in a vertical format, then you have to use VLOOKUP. No, if the data is defined in a horizontal way, and from that point you have to extract the data, in that case you have to use HLOOKUP. I will show both the example for you. Right now here we have to define the total salary or total value for that particular employee. Right. So start with equals VLOOKUP. Why? Because we have to search this value which is defined in the main table in a vertical, means in a vertical format, right? All the data is defined in vertical format only. So select the value. This value has to be searched, right? Comma, fine. Table array. That means from where it has to be searched in this main table or the data range, right? So we have to select this data, whole table has to be selected, right? But in VLOOKUP, the limitation or the property is always select the first column, which is your lookup value. That means our lookup value is part number. So from that point onwards, select the whole table to the extreme right. Right, that keep your mind, right? And plus freeze option. That means F4 has to be defined. So you have to freeze all this selected range, comma. Now column index number. Fine. Now what we have to show here? We have to show the total value or total salary for that particular employee. Fine. And at what position the total value is defined here. So in this selected range, we have to define total value, and total value is in the 5th position, right? First value is part number, second value is department, third cost, fourth quantity, and 5th one the total value. That means the argument 5 has to be specified. That means the 5th column, comma. Now exact match, exactly what we have to search. Excel will search that value. If it's there, that value will be defined. Close the bracket and press enter here. So Excel will search that particular value for you. Now suppose the last digit is not there. So that means if that particular value is not there in the Excel sheet, it will define a wrong information, right? So instead of defining this wrong information, predefined value, we can use some other functions here, right? Just a minute. Huh? Fine. So instead of that, now you can use if error. Right. If error is there, fine. Okay. So if VLOOKUP is working properly, okay, that value will be defined. If no, if the value is not there, in that case, what you have to do? You have to define no records. Fine. Close the parentheses and press enter. Fine. Again, let me complete this function for you also. So VLOOKUP is there. Fine. I'm adding one more function is if that value is there, it will show that exact figure. Fine. What if the value is not there? In that case, you have to use a function that is if error. Right. So if error is found, in that case, the output should be no record. Close the parentheses and press enter. Fine. Now this time, if 111645 that value is there, it will show department 2. But what if the value is not there? Here it is. So it will show that in that case, now you can customize your output, right? So instead of showing a predefined error generated by the Excel, you can tell that no, this value is not there in the Excel report, right? So for that purpose, you have to use if error function. Clear? So that's how you can use if any function. If the value is there, it will show the output. If the value is not there, you can use the function if error and make it a customized report. You can easily, another person who is dealing with this information, you can, okay, fine, this value is not there in the Excel sheet, right? So you can use the combination of if error and VLOOKUP. Fine. Okay. Got the idea of how to use this VLOOKUP? Fine. Now use the autofill option, but now whenever you're going with some practice session, I always recommend that please don't drag the value. आप यहाँ drag करने के लिए नहीं बैठे हो. What you have to do, you have to understand, right? So if you are not sure about the formula, I always recommend that type the formula at least once, twice, or thrice, so that you get the idea how these values are defined. All right. So start with equals v look up. Fine. Lookup value is this one. Fine. This value we have to search from this main data range. So comma table array. That means from where it has to be searched, and it has to be searched from this range of data. And your first column should be the search value, the lookup value. So always start from this option. Right. Control Shift right and Control Shift down. The whole value has to be selected, and that spot just press functional key F4 so that all the values get freezed. Comma. Now column index number. Now we have to print department, and department is in the second column in the selected range. First column is part number. So you just give a number. First is part number. Second is department, third is cost, right? And we have to print department, and department is in the second position, second column, right? So 2 has to be defined here, and the false value. False means exact match, the value which has to be searched. If the value is there in this list, then only it will show the output, right? So go with the option exact match. If the formula, the arguments are clear, then go with the drag. कोई नहीं पूछेगा आपसे, right? But you have to understand that why we are using this option, why I'm selecting 2 here, why I'm entering 3 here, why I'm entering the false value here. If that concept is clear, go ahead. Nobody will restrict you to drag the formula. But I always recommend that whenever in the learning process, go with some manual process, understand the process, understand the arguments. It will more easier to understand. Fine. Okay. So clear what is VLOOKUP and how to use VLOOKUP and if error, right? Okay. Now another sheet for you. Okay. Fine. Now the question is when to use 0 and when to use false and when to use 1, right? Okay. Now suppose another sheet is there. Now suppose, okay, let me complete this task first. What we have to do, if the sales value is 5,000, in that case, as a data analyst, what you have to recommend to the account section is if the sales value is 5,000, that executive should be paid a commission of 500. Fine. Okay. If the sales value is 20,000, 1,500 should be the paid value or the commission paid, right? So how you will calculate the, or how you can make a interface so that the user has to enter just the value here and the commission value has to be calculated here, right? So start with equals v lookup. Fine. Now the first argument is lookup value. So what we have to search, what is the sales done? Fine. So that value has to be selected, comma table array, from where it has to be searched, from this main table part. Fine. Okay. Comma. Now the third argument is column index number. What we have to print here, we have to print the commission value, right? If the sales value is 20,000, in that case we have to print the commission paid. So that means 1, 2, 3. The third column has to be specified. So enter the third column there, comma. Now true or false, right? That's the main question here. Let me go with false, right? That means exactly the same. If the value is 20,000, then only the executive will get a sales commission value. Fine. Right now it's 0. Okay. Let me add 20,000 here. Enter. Fine. So that means if the sales value is 20,000, that means the commission should be 1,500. right? So that's what we have to you have to analyze here, right? If the sales value is 30,000, okay, so 3,000. If the sales value is 50,000, then 6,000. Above 50,000, all the commission has to be paid with 6,000 only. Fine. But what? So that's clear, right? The situation is clear. Fine. The scenario is clear. But think, if the sales executive had done a sales for 5,967, then what should be the commission? Right. So that means now, fine, it's showing that means this value is not there, right? So see, now this picture is clear, right? That means if our executive had done a sales value of 5,900 and that value is not in the company's lab, so that means whether that employee is not eligible for commission? No, he is eligible. So some process has to be redefined here so that that value should come under a range of value or a slab value. Fine. So what as the analyst you have to do is, instead of that exact value, give the option appropriate value or true value. Fine. Let's check what will happen, right? Fine. So that means if the sales value is 5,967, right? So that means that range, the commission will be paid for 5,000. So that means the range will come between 5,000 to up to 5,000. 5,000 only. Now, if the sales value is 19,999, fine, again 500 only. So if you want to receive a 1,500 sales value, you have to perform a sales value of 20,000 or 29,999. So that means in this range, this value will be applicable, right? So that means when to use one now, if you're dealing with some exact match, no, a rounded figure or a slab value has to be calculated. In that case, you have to use true. If you are dealing with some exact value, the right figure has to be pointed out, then in that case you have to use false value. Clear? These are the two arguments which are important. True means from a slab. Now suppose another example. Now suppose you want to calculate the income tax for any particular employee or any staff, right? So according to government law, up to 5 lakhs is 0. After 5 lakh 1 to another range, right? So if the salary, if the CTC or the grand salary comes in between that range, 5% or 10% has to be calculated, right? So that is from a range. If you want to select a value, you have to use true as the last argument for VLOOKUP. No, if you want exactly the same figure from the data table, you have to use false value or exact value. Clear? That's about VLOOKUP. Now you can use with different sheets, different files, right? You can use VLOOKUP, but I'm not going to that much of a practice session here. But you have to understand what is VLOOKUP, what are the arguments which are used in VLOOKUP. The argument you have to understand. File may be different in a different location or different sheet. It's not an issue. If you're sure about the basic concept, you can perform all the tasks. Fine. Okay. So that is VLOOKUP. Now one more task which is almost same, that is HLOOKUP. That means horizontal lookup. Fine. So let me open that file for you now. Fine, here it is. Right now, fine. Now suppose you're working for any company, right? Any suppose Big Bazaar or any chain management company, right? And so many cities, locations are there. The sales values are there in your Excel sheet. Right now you have to make an interface or make a value here or configure your Excel sheet in such a way so that you have to just enter the value here, right? For example, here right? I want to know the sales value for the month for Pune. Fine. So from the drop down, select Pune. Fine. So that value get updated here. Right. So that means the now this time the values are defined in a horizontal way. It's not in a vertical way. Right. If you're dealing with some these type of data, in that case, you have to use H lookup. Why? Because you have to extract the data and the data has to be searched horizontally. No, if the data are defined vertically, you have to use V lookup. Right. So where you are trying to extract the information, that is important here. Right. You cannot use V lookup here. Why? Because the data is defined in a horizontal manner. So you have to extract the data in a horizontal manner. Right. So here's the option for you. Now the process is same, the syntax is function name is different one, but the logic or the arguments is same which we done in the VLOOKUP function. Here, just try to relate all this feature. HLOOKUP, fine. So B7, that means the value which has to be searched is in the cell B7 from that drop down, right? And table array, from where it has to be searched, from this table, the whole table. Right, I'm selecting the whole table. Fine. Now, what we have to define here? We have to define the total sales value, and total sales is in the second row. It's not column this time. This time row. Row index number. The third argument is row index number. When it comes to VLOOKUP, it's column index number. Right. So which column you have to specify here? Which row has to be specified? This time second row, because second row is sales value. Right, true or false value the same. If you want to go with the exact match, false. No, a random value, true. Fine. Fine. So it will go like equal to H lookup. Fine. The lookup value is this cell. So whatever the value in B7 has to be searched, comma, table array. I'm selecting the whole table. Fine. Comma, column index number 1, 2. We have to specify the sales value and sales in the second column, comma, the false value. So according to this value, you can change. Now Mangalore is 12,940. Right. So from the drop down Cuttack, yeah, fine. So that means you can select any value. H lookup, that we have to search the values horizontally. The value which has to be searched, that is B7. And where it has to be searched, the table has to be selected, the data part has to be selected. Fine. And you have to print the sales value, and sales value is in the second row. Fine. And for exact match, you have to give false as a last argument. Right. So that is VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Clear? Fine. Now, one more topic, that is, okay, just a minute. Let me give some more picture here regarding the VLOOKUP option. Just a minute. As I told, there's some limitation for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, whatever. And the limitation is you cannot search the value to the left hand side of the cell or a column. Just a minute, let me open that file for you. Fine. Now the limitation of VLOOKUP is, as I told that the first is, okay, start with equals. Fine. VLOOKUP. Okay. Lookup value is the employee number. Fine. Comma. Table array. Right. You have to select the whole table. The first column should be part number or the lookup value, and to the right hand side you have to select the whole table. Right. This is the process, or this is the procedure to complete the VLOOKUP. Fine. Okay. Fine. Comma. Column index number, you have to print department, that is in the second column, comma, and the false value, exact match. Fine. All right. So department is there, but think what if the part number is not in this position. Let me delete this content and paste it to the last quadrant or the last value. Fine. Now data is same, right? But the alignment has been changed. The column has been changed, right? Now just go through the output now. Here it is. Now it's showing a wrong value. Why? So that's the limitation of VLOOKUP, right? VLOOKUP cannot search a value which is to the extreme left. That means on the basis of this extreme left column or the last column, the value won't be searched. Right? That's the limitation, or you can say that is the property of VLOOKUP. In that case, we have to use some other functions. That is either you can go with index match or XLOOKUP, right? That is the latest function in 2019, or I won't say 2019, in 365, right? So that is XLOOKUP. So you can search any value. So let me try to explain that here. XLOOKUP, fine, right? So value which has to be searched is this one, comma, lookup array, right? So which value has to be searched, where it has to be searched. I'm selecting the whole table. Fine. Press F4, freeze the value, comma, return array. That means what value has to be returned here, and our requirement is department, right? And department is in the second option. Fine. So department is in the second column, comma, match mode, right? So okay, leave it. Let me go with this only. Equals XLOOKUP. The value which has to be searched, that is this one, comma, lookup array, right? So select that array which has to be searched. Now our requirement is where it has to be searched. It has to be searched in the part number. Fine. Control Shift down. Press F4 to freeze all the columns, comma, return array. Fine. So that means which value has to be returned here. Fine. So that is second column has to be defined. Here it is. Just a minute. Control Shift down. Comma. Fine, here it is. Now, when I'm using VLOOKUP, it's showing a error, right? Why? Because the values are defined at the extreme right. So the value which has to be defined is defined in the different location, or the value which has to be searched is not in the right position. But when I'm using XLOOKUP, I'm getting a proper value. Why? Because that's the added feature which is there in Office 365 version. Is not included in 2019 version yet, but if you are using Office 365, this tool can be used and you can override all the limitations for VLOOKUP. Fine. So XLOOKUP is a new function defined for the cloud version of Excel. Fine. So that's extra feature for 365 only. Yeah. Okay, fine. Now the last topic is pivot table. How to use pivot table, when to use pivot table, and why we are using pivot table. Right. So now a data which shows that, okay, again, as I told that the question which was asked for my interview session for in the year 2007 and 8 was, what is pivot table? It's not, they never asked me what is pivot table. They just provided me Excel sheet and just asked me to complete the process, right? So whenever you're getting an opportunity to use the pivot table or VLOOKUP, just keep in mind that VLOOKUP means to extract the data from a main database or main list, and VLOOKUP, or sorry, pivot table is used for make a report, right? You can make as many report in a single sheet. Right, that's the importance, or that's the relevant, or that's where the pivot table is relevant here. Right now, here it is. Now, suppose the task is here. Suppose you have to, now the data is there. Right now, you have to define product wise and region wise sales, payment method wise sales, and product wise monthly sales. Right. So all these information should be there in a single report. Fine. Okay. So as I told, whenever deal with some data analytic part or data anything, convert your data range to table first. That's the first priority should be that you should give, right? So, and give a name for that table. So select the range, insert table, right? So give this option table, fine. So once the table is created, you can give a name for that table, that is sales underscore value. You can give any name, right? Sales value, fine. Now we have to create a report on these queries, right? Product wise and region wise sales. Fine. So if you are not aware of pivot table, whether we can, so in that case, whether we can create a report? No, you can create report, but again, pivot table means just simple drag and drop. That's all. No need to use any equal to there. No need to use any call any function there. Instead of that, if you have a clear-cut idea of how the layout should be, you can easily create a report. Right? So select, insert, pivot table. Fine. Right now, the dialog box to create a pivot table. Fine. I'm not going to change any value. Let the default value be there. Right? Select table is sales value. Fine. No, where you want to create the pivot table in the new worksheet, fine, and give the confirmation OK. So a new Excel sheet will be defined here, right? And this is the pivot canvas where the report will be defined, and this is the tool, or this is the pan through which you can create your report. And this location is called the place where the report gets generated, and using these tools you can create the report. Right now, just go through the options first. Number, date, coupon, payment method, all the values are same which are there in our main Excel table or main Excel data. Number, date, coupon, payment method, right? Fine. So everything is same. Okay. What's extra here? Some 4 quadrants are defined, 4 range or some space are provided here so that you can easily fix or make the rows and columns. Just drag and drop here, and according to these values in this 4 quadrant, your values or your report get prepared. Right. So you can use these 4 values, quadrant or range, to make or select your important or your columns which are important for the report generation. Right now, my basic idea is I would like to know the region based sales. Right. OK, according to task is product and region wise sales. Fine. So just select the product option. Click that product option. Fine. So once you click the option, the product value will be added in the rows quadrant. Fine. So all the product values will be there. Fine. Now I want the total sales value. So the 4th quadrant or the 4th space is always allocated for numeric values. Right. So just click the sales value and the sales value will be updated here. Here. So that means in this 2-click option, your report is generated. Fine. Now region wise sales. Fine. So again, select the region option and drop it to rows quadrant. Fine. Here it is. So product wise, region wise sales. Now, suppose you want to change the layout here, make it most meaningful report. So select the region and drop it to the columns quadrant. Fine. Now this make more sense, right? Product base, region wise sales information, and the grand total. Fine. So this is the best way to create a report. So you can use these options, rows and columns, and make whatever your requirement is. You can place the requirement, select the columns and place it in the respective columns and rows, and your report will be defined. Now the user would like to know, suppose sunset 424.15, right? How this value is generated. Now suppose your customer, your client would like to know how this value is generated, right? So that means you have to tell the user that this value is generated using, right? So you have to tell the whole process. So instead of that, just go with double click that particular cell. So that means you can drill down and a new sheet will be defined which shows that that particular value is generated using these values. Here it is on the date, the payment method, the product is there, fine, region is there, and the total sales value. Here it is 424.1 point, right? So that means you can drill down the data according to your requirement, and all the drilled down data will be defined in a separate sheet, which makes more easier to understand, right? Now open sheet number 2, all the values will be there. How that 242 or 241 value is generated. Fine. So that's about pivot table. Right. Now suppose one more feature. No, I would like to give importance to a region, and according to region, the sales value has to be defined, and all the value a report has to be defined in a row format only. Fine. So the requirement may change according to client, according to your customer, the values can be changed. Now suppose this is the another output, right? Another layout of your output. Now your requirement is no, give importance to region. So that means you can select that product and drop it, drag and drop to the bottom of region. Fine. Now that means that importance is here is region. So on the base of region, the product based information will be there. Right. So you can change the options here. Anything you can hierarchy can be defined by the user or by the analyst, right? Okay, I'm going with that, the previous one only. Fine. Now I would like to know the payment method or the payment method, right? So let me select that option and drop it to the filter quadrant. Right. So what will happen is a filter option is enabled here, right? That means from this drop down, a filter option is enabled here. Here it is. Right. From that drop down, you can now select which card or which payment method you would like to know the detail. If you want to know the Visa information, select Visa and click OK. All the features will be defined for that particular filter option only. Right. OK. Now, OK, let me select all. Now it shows all the information. Right. Now the question is, now suppose in the practical, suppose you're going with any practical test, and the question is you have to display all the report in a separate sheet, right? So that means from this drop down, American Express, Discover, MasterCard, all these information sales value should be defined in a separate sheet, right? So that means for MasterCard, a separate sheet has to be defined. For Visa, separate sheet, right? For all the filter options, separate sheet has to be defined, right? So instead of now, how you can perform this task, right? It's a simple task. Go with the right click option here. Come to the option pivot table options. Either you can select this one or in the analyze tab, pivot table options. Fine, here it is. Show report filter page. You have to just click that one. This particular tool has to be activated, and that's all. Here it is. American Express, the report is here. Discover, MasterCard, PayPal, Visa. So that means whatever you defined as a filter option, according to that filter option there, it will create that number of page in your pivot table, right? So it's easy to understand, easy to create report. No need to go with American Express, take a printout of that one. No, you can go with the option pivot table options, drop down and this one, show report filter page. So the condition is there should be a pivot option here, a filter option should be enabled, then only this option will work, right? So that's about some pivot table options. Clear? Any questions? Now it's your turn. Any questions?
Sir, I have shared few questions.
Hello. Yeah.
I have shared few questions of students. You can reply according.
Okay, so where I can collect all these questions, sir?
Question and answer section
Just a
in the
minute.
right side.
In the chat option or somewhere else? Just let me correct her. Just
Q&A section.
Right side.
Just a minute. Huh? Sir, can you please guide me from where should I collect the question paper? Means the question which are asked by the students.
Sir, in your Microsoft team,
Okay.
in the right side top Q&A section, sir, where you can find a few questions I have published, or you sir, have you find the Q&A section?
Just a minute. I'm just.
There is an icon of question mark, sir, in the top right.
Top right, files, meeting notes are there. Just a minute. Let me. Okay. One. So whether it's in the assessment or in calendar, any specific option which I have to select?
Have you option any chat option in your user interface, in main user interface where video is going on?
No, so I don't have any shared information. I have activity, chat, teams, assessments, calendar, calls, and files.
But sir, actually there is an option called Q&A section where has a icon is question mark.
Okay. Which tools? Whether it's in the chat option or in activity?
No, sir, it is separately shown in the top right side, sir. In the where is a video is showing means.
Fine.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay. Just a minute. Huh? A question mark is there. Fine. Okay. Live event Q&A.
Yes, sir. This one.
Fine. Okay. Now, yeah, very good afternoon to one and all. Now, where is the question? Sorry, sir, but there is no question right now. Can't screen is, sir, nothing is visible. Oh.
Okay, sir. I'm going to publish few questions. You can see and
Sure,
accordingly reply. Okay.
Yeah.
Check bathroom.
Sir, have you found any question?
No questions. Many of the students shared the information. They're not able to view the Excel sheet. That's all.
Okay. Oh, it is initially, sir. You have to come the
Yeah.
recent one.
No, okay. Now at the.
You have to scroll down and come to the recent one.
Just okay. Please share cloud file link to these Excel files for practice. Okay. That I think that you can take another.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Because many of the students are asked. Okay, fine, huh? Show us the consolidation with different functions, sir. Fine, fine. Okay. So I in the demo session I showed with sum and average. For you, I will show one more example with some other functions, right? Consolidate, sir. With the consolidation, be successful if the rows and columns are slight spelling error. Okay, fine. No, dear. If the spelling mistake is there, it will treat as a different entry. Right, so ensure that the values are correct. The column headers and the row headers will be specific, right? Just think that now suppose you're dealing with an Excel sheet, right? And one name is Deepak Kumar and another is Deepika Kumari, right? So there are two entry, right? Whether it's a wrong entry from the user, it's a different one, but Excel will treat as a different entry and calculate different value. Right, so ensure that everything is fine. The report which you generated from SAP or SQL Server, everything is fine. You have to ensure that, then go with the consolidated report. Otherwise, it will treat as a new entry and display report for that one. Can we do consolidation? Okay, how to download the latest MS version? Dear, we cannot download the latest version. Why? Because the 365 version is a subscription mode tool. That means you have to create a login and you can use that option, and just like it's a subscription means you can use the Excel interface, you can purchase the login details, but the positive point is no need to install anything in your system, right? So that means just like a Google Sheet, you can complete your task, perform your all the requirement in the internet based only. That means a cloud only, a specific location where you can store all the values. You have to just log in, complete the task and log out. Fine. So it cannot be downloaded. That version is totally different. Just think that you're working in a Gmail, so you have to log in. So same purpose, you have to log in and create your Excel sheet, save the file and secure in your cloud version. Fine. How to freeze? Fine. Chetan Sahagal. Right. How to freeze means whether you're asking about that specific range and columns, right? Okay. Now here it is. So Chetan, are you there? Fine. Now, how to freeze or how to use the dollar symbol, right? Okay. So let me close that one. And let me open a blank Excel file for you. Fine. Let me put a small picture for you, dear. Freezing means in Excel, there are basically three types of addressing are there. First one is absolute, second one is relative, and third one is mixed, right? So these are the addressing method in Excel, right? So I think this Excel sheet is there, is clear, right? You can view this Excel sheet. So please let me know whether it's viewable. Shoaib sir, are you there? Maji sir?
Yes, sir. I'm there. Okay. Yeah, visible.
Fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, Chetan, this is for exclusive for you, dear. Right now, the Excel sheet is there. Right now, what we have to do? We have to calculate the define here whether the student is pass or fail. Right. According to the average mark, you have to print whether the student is pass or fail. That means you are going to automate this Excel sheet using some formula. Right. So start with equals. If now the logical test is what managements or the university specifies if the average value, that means the value which is there in I4 is greater than the passing mark, that is F2. Fine, comma. Now if this logical part is true, if the average mark is greater than the pass mark, That means the logic is true. The output should be, yeah, the student is pass. Fine. Otherwise, no, it's a wrong condition, or you have to define fail there. Fine. So now here, how to use that freeze option, why we are using freeze option. Now let me drag this formula, right? I already inserted the formula in the cell J2 or J4. Now when I drag the formula, fine. So the values are defined. Fine, it's okay. The autofill option is working properly, but whether the output is correct, just go with the second cell. The value is 8.2 and you are defining fail here, right? So that means the student is scored more than the specified marks. But again, here it's showing fail. Why? Because now to understand the error, what you have to do is just go with the double click in that particular cell. Right, now try to understand the error here. Now the value of I5, fine. That means that 8.2 is greater than F3. That means F3, that means it's checking with the value September. No, that's the wrong logic, right? You have to check with the F2 value. So that means whenever you're dragging the formula in Excel, corresponding cell values also get changed, right? So what we have to do, we have to keep the cell freezed, or we have to keep the cell fixed at a specific location. So that means when I drag the formula for each and every cell value, 8.2 average mark, it has to be checked with F2 only. So what we have to do, we have to keep the cell F2 fixed here. So place the cursor over there, which cell has to be kept constant or which has to be freezed. Place the cursor over there and press F4, functional key F4 from your keyboard. Or sometimes in some keyboard you have to use a combination of functional key F1 key, keep the key pressed and press F4. So that means a dollar symbol get inserted here. Now that means that cell is freezed now. Now when you drag this formula, that value won't get changed here. Now select this one. Previously it was September, that means F3, but this time when I freeze the cell, it will treat F2 as a constant cell or a freezed cell. Now that value has to be checked. Fine. So you can use F4, the functional key F4, right? Or use a combination of functional key F1 key and F4 to freeze the value, or you can use insert manual symbol, right? You can insert that dollar symbol manually, but instead of that, use F4 or functional key F4. Chetan, it's clear now? Fine. Anything you can put in the chat box, right? Okay. First we have to give reference to the basic search, then give the table array, search column, number table, and then false. Chetan, again, I'm not able to connect your question. Oh. Unable to screen. Today's session is good. Oh, thank you. Fine. So please share the sheets for us practice. Okay, fine. Could you show us the consolidation from different function? Okay, I will come to that point later. Pivot table is very important. Yes, Swagat, pivot table is very much important. As I told that I shared my personal information which I faced at the time of interview, and it's not an HR interview, it's a technical interview where I have to display the pivot table and the VLOOKUP. That's the two functions which was they asked at that time. Fine. Okay, how to run macros and VBA? Sure, macros and VBA, it's again a vast topic which has to be defined in a separate section. But let me put a small picture. Macros means set of code, right? Suppose you want to automate your Excel sheet in a single click, and you can record all the topic, all the format which has to be done for the Excel sheet using the macros option. Store anywhere in your Excel sheet and run whenever you require. That is macro, right? And the limitation for macros is you cannot do looping concept there. That means you cannot go with some any repeated value for any particular variable. For example, x equal to 5. Next time the value x should be 6. That won't be defined. That cannot be executed in macros. For that purpose, you have to come to VBA, Visual Basic for Application. That means it's a pure coding. Fine. What else could you consolidation with different function? Okay, fine. First, we have to give reference to base of search, then give table array. Sorry, Chetan, I'm not able to understand that one. Could you please get some more detail about that question? Disconnected. Okay, sorry for that disconnection. There's some network issues over there. Extremely sorry for that. How to download the fine? Okay. Okay, that's a question that which is related to X lookup, right? So X lookup means the same. The situation is wherever you use VLOOKUP or H lookup, in all that instances you can use X lookup as well. But X lookup has an advantage is you can search any value from the table. There is no limitation. The only limitation right now you're going to face is it's not there in the 2019 version. So that means it's only applicable for Office 365 only, X lookup. Right, but it's a great function. You can easily complete your task without using that so many limitations for VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. All that barriers can be overridden. You can easily use XLOOKUP in a simple way, in a better way, which I already shared. Fine. Consolidation, sure. I will explain consolidation. Fine. How to create a drop-down list. Fine. Okay. The sessions, Komal, the sessions really helpful. Thank you, Komal. Thanks a lot for your feedback. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Does we look up values for 5,000 range, for example? Yeah. Now, X lookup works for. Does we lookup work if lookup value is 5,000 to 6,000? VLOOKUP will work for any particular value, right? But the argument which you are providing for that VLOOKUP, that is the true or false value, that will check whether it should be treated as an exact figure or it should be from a range value, right? That what I understand from your question. If you have any question, please make it more clear and ask once again. How to create select drop down. Okay, drop down is a question which many of the students were asking. Fine. So here's the solution for you. Now suppose you want to create a drop down here, right? Okay, let me open a new sheet here. Fine. Okay. Now the task is fine. Now it's viewable. You have to create a drop down. Fine. So either you can go with some simple manual entry. For example, now suppose my favorite team, now IPL is going on, right? So let me select create a drop down for all the IPL teams, right? So in this cell, that is B2, I'm going to create a drop down. Fine. So in the option data validation, right? So in the data tab, data validations here. Fine. Now here's settings, first tab. Now this dialog box is important, and in this dialog box, the first tab, that is settings, that is very much important. You can ignore second and third, no issues, but the first tab will tell you that how you can create a drop down or a list there. Now allow any value. That means now Excel will accept all the value in this cell. But what's our limitation here? We have to create a drop down. So instead of any value, click the option list. Fine. Now, so a list will be generated here. A list will be created in a drop down. So here this option drop down. So you have to check this option. Now, what are the values I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Fine,
Sir,
fine.
there is one request. We have to conclude the session within 5 minutes because next session will start at 4.
Sure.
So take
Yeah.
the quick take the questions and thereafter conclude the session.
Sure, sure. I'm just going to wind up the session, right? Just
Yes, sir. I will going to live you, sir. Okay, going to
fine,
send you.
fine. Yeah, yeah. Fine. Fine. Right. So that's how you can create the drop down, right? So the option is from the list option, give the source whatever you require, CSK, Mumbai Indians, whatever the team is there, you can give that options here, and Knight Riders Calcutta definitely. Fine, KKR, right, and give the confirmation OK. Fine. So what will happen now? In that cell where you selected the data limitation, data validation, a drop down will be activated now. You will click the drop down and the values will be there. Right. So either you can choose this option, or the another option is suppose you're dealing with some thousand or suppose 10 or 20 values. So you can create a list there, right? For example, Sachin, Rahul, and create this list to a different cell. So again, select, drop down in the option list. Instead of entering the value here, you can select the whole data range and give the confirmation OK. Now again, that in that cell a drop down will be activated where you can go with Sachin, Rahul, whatever. Right, that's how you can create a drop down list in Excel, and all these features comes under data tab, data validation. Fine. Okay. Now next question is from consolidation, right, with different formula. Okay, here it is. So fine. This time I'm using the consolidation tool or the consolidation procedure to collect some values from different sheets. Right, now here it is. 3 sheets are there. Now suppose we would like to know the maximum value, or consolidation mainly used for average and sum, right? So this time whether should I go with average? Right, so click the option data consolidation. Fine. Now instead of sum, right, by default the function will be sum. Why? Because it's the first function there in the list. So you can change according to your requirement. Let me go with fine, average value. So we have to calculate the average for each and every product. Fine. The reference value, again select the first quarter. Select the whole value, which includes the data part only. No need to select your header, right? Header in the sense the title, leave it. Add, so that portion get added. Now you have to go with the same process for all other sheets. Open second sheet. Second data has to be, range of data has to be selected. Fine. And the third sheet, ensure that you have to select the exactly the same data, right? The same set of data, right? Now top row, left columns, and create links. Why you are using this option? To make your report more readable and easy to understand and get connected with your main source. Click OK, and here it is. Right, so this time it will show the average value for each executive and the product value. So function you can change accordingly. You can go with maximum value, minimum value, count. How many values are there? You can use count function. Fine. Okay. Okay, just a minute. Let me go with some other questions. Okay, that's all about. I think that's the basic idea which I am going to define here. So I think that's clear. Any questions? Just a minute. Let me apologize for the initial interruption. Initially, there was some network issues. Fine. So sorry for that. So Maji sir, is it okay now?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
I think some two questions are repeated questions were there. How to use the drop down and the consolidation.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
sir.
think that's clear now. Fine.
Yeah.
Please share the files. Okay, fine. So that's all for now. Thanks a lot, Nandi sir, Ria ma'am, and definitely Shoaib sir. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable presentation.
thank you, sir. Maji sir, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Take care.
Okay. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Sir, within few minutes, madam or sir will online and they will introduce you yourself, and thereafter we will start the live session.
Sure.
Okay.
एक्सेल सेशन इसके पहले भी कोई हुआ क्या?
हाँ सर, एक एक्सेल सेशन हुआ सर अभी जस्ट 132 अभी जस्ट एंड हुआ.
132
345.
345. अच्छा, ये मुझे नहीं पता था. मुझे ये भी नहीं मालूम है कि उन्होंने क्या पढ़ाया है.
हाँ, मैं बोल देता हूँ सर. सर उन्होंने जो कैप्चर किया, वी लुकअप कैप्चर किया, एच लुकअप, पिवट टेबल और कुछ फॉर्मूलाज थे सर. वो
if and
ये
or not.
इफ का कोई फॉर्मूला मैंने नहीं याद है सर, लेकिन 3 मेन मेजर जो टॉपिक थे वो वी लुकअप था, एच लुकअप था, पिवट टेबल था और ड्रॉप डाउन था सर.
ड्रॉप डाउन. अच्छा 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 अच्छा, समझ गया, मैं समझ गया. वो किसने पढ़ाया?
बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट मैक्रोस के बारे में पूछ रहे थे, तो उतना कम समय में हो नहीं पाया सर वो.
अच्छा, मैक्रोस पूछ रहे थे
एक्स लुकअप भी पूछ रहे थे बहुत जन.
और क्या कहते हैं कि उन्होंने किसने पढ़ाया? फैकल्टी को नाम पता है?
मिस्टर राजेश कुट्टी सर.
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, मिस्टर कुट्टी. हाँ, वो जो क्या कहते हैं कि एडवांस बिजनेस एक्सेल भी पढ़ा रहे हैं जो शायद.
यस सर, यस सर.
स्टूडेंट्स के डाउट्स तो दिख रहे हैं वैसे मुझे.
हाँ सर, उनके सेशंस के जितने डाउट थे मैंने पब्लिश किया था.
अच्छा, सारे पब्लिश किए.
हाँ सर, ये जितने भी डाउट थे सर के सेशन के हैं, मैंने फर्स्ट सेशन के. आपके सेशन के जब स्टार्ट होंगे तो मैं पब्लिश करना चालू करूंगा.
नहीं, मतलब मुझे भी दिख रहे हैं इवन इफ यू डोंट पब्लिश.
अच्छा, ऑटोमेटिक दिखाई दे रहा है सर वहाँ पे. अच्छा.
कितनी देर पहले खत्म हुआ ये सेशन?
जस्ट सर 15 मिनट्स अगो सर.
अच्छा,
So kindly stop share your video PPT.
Screen sharing, should I say?
Yeah. Good afternoon, friends. I welcome you again in the second session of today's orientation program. And our topic is Advanced Business Excel. And in this session, we have with us Sri Tarun Mahajan, sir. Sir, welcome you in today's session. So a brief about Tarun Mahajan, sir. I would just like to share with you. Sri Tarun Mahajan, sir, has completed his BCom and thereafter he has completed his Chartered Accountancy examination from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He has completed Diploma in Information System Audit from my Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Then he has completed CFA. He is a registered valuer and also he is a qualified independent director. His work experience includes he is a practicing chartered accountant. He is a faculty at ICAI, ICSI and ICMAI, registered valuers organization, and also he is delivering lecture in our advanced studies department for the advanced studies courses, that is Advanced Business Excel. He is a regular faculty of this course. And he has also delivered his speech in various sessions on valuation in 14 states of India. He has taken more than 35 online sessions. He has taught valuation of securities and financial assets to more than 2,700 experienced professionals like CMA, CA, CS, etc. He has been teaching finance to CA, CS, CFA students since last 21 years. He has taught more than 40,000 students in face-to-face classroom. His achievements are he has obtained 10th rank in India in CA Foundation examination. He has obtained market equivalent to 23rd rank in India in CA final examination. He has cleared all the 3 levels of CFA examination in first attempt and became first CFA chartered holder of Central India. He has cleared the valuation exam, that is securities or financial assets, conducted by IBBI with 80% score in first attempt. So this is really great, sir. We are really privileged that we are having with us. So your marks are just when I'm reading it out, I'm feeling so proud that you are here, and we are we are very much lucky that we are having with you. You will be delivering lecture to us, to our students, to our CMM final qualified pass outs. So you are an inspiration to us, sir. So thank you, sir, for coming and joining us. So his other areas of interest are his full run marathon 42.2 kilometers and half marathon 21.1 kilometers. First super Randonneur of Central India. To get this title from ACP France, one has to ride a bicycle for 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 400 and 600 kilometers in 13.5 hours, 20 hours, 27 and 40 hours. He is also a swimmer. So this is really means beside education means you have interest in sports. So this is really great to have you, sir. You are really an example that means a multi-talented person, education, sports, everything you are doing. So this is really a means, example for our newly qualified CMS. So I welcome you, sir, in this orientation program. So in this business advanced Excel today's topic. So we hope that our students will be enlightened from your deliberation. So I welcome you and I hand over the microphone to you. So you can kindly start the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ria ma'am, for giving such a generous introduction. Thanks a lot. Thanks. All right. So, all the young cost accountants, first of all, many congratulations to you from my side. Clearing both the groups, all the groups of CMA final exam, and now you are heading towards the membership of ICMAI. Now that's really great. So, as they say, that if you are really good at work, what do you get as a reward is more work. So you guys have done a wonderful job and you are no more students now. You are a professional now. You are my professional colleagues, I must say. And this is really fantastic. So when now you are stepping into this real world, this is little different from what you were doing as a student. As a student, most of you were, sitting alone at your home, going to coaching classes, and studying day in and day out, appearing in the examination, clearing the examination. The struggle was with yourself. But now, when you are going to be a professional, the struggle will be with the outside world also. So far, you could ask anybody anything without any hesitation because you were a student. But now you will be a professional and people will ask you many types of questions. Now you will not be a problem creator. Now you will be a problem solver. This attitude, you should start your professional life. You should start your career. My best wishes to you for the same. Now, jumping directly to the topic, we are here to explore some of the functions of Microsoft Excel. I know you might have studied Microsoft Excel at many stages of your studies. You might have studied it during your school days. Then you might have studied Microsoft Excel during your training programs when you were doing CMA. And you might have studied it elsewhere also. But what do I want to discuss with you today is how to make a practical application of Microsoft Excel. So my humble request to everybody is just to open one Microsoft Excel file on your laptop and try to do things when I'm doing this. So don't take it like a webinar where I'm the speaker and you are the listener and I keep on speaking and you keep on listening. No. That's not the purpose of this orientation program, this Excel program. The purpose is let's make it a workshop that when I'm doing something here on my screen, you also start doing the same. So let me share my screen with you. Okay. I hope that my Excel screen is properly shared with you. Now, let's have You must have studied some of the topics during your CMA program. Time value of money, capital budgeting, investment decision, lease finance, merger and acquisition, operation research problems like assignment, transportation, linear programming. But all these things you must have done manually on a paper and a pen, and at the most with the help of a calculator. And you must have learned many calculator short tricks. That suppose you want to calculate present value of 1000 rupees, which is receivable after 5 years at the rate of 10%, then type 1000, type divided by 1.10 equal to, and you'll get present value. You must have learned many of the calculator short tricks for the purpose of your examination. But my dear friends, in real life, those calculator short tricks are rarely used, because in examination you are not allowed to use Microsoft Excel and you need to do all complicated calculations on your calculator only. But here in life, you need not to use calculator and you are allowed to use Excel, and let's have some practical application for the same. So many of the students have entered in this session without any name, that is anonymous, due to their login trouble. But even after login into the session, you can still change your name. So just change your name and have a proper name so that when you ask any doubt and it is published with me, I'll be able to address that doubt with your name. You can still change your name. All right, guys. So here I go. See, Excel is something which I can, keep on teaching for 30, 40, 50, 60 hours. And today we have hardly 2 hours time. So I'll not rush through everything. Whatever we learn, we should learn solid so that you can apply it lifelong. I could see that somebody has posted a doubt in a session before my session, that what are the most used functions of Excel in the corporate life. See, entire Excel is most used in corporate life. It really depends that in which department are you working, on what type of problem solving are you working. That really actually depends, right? So each and every single function of Excel is useful. What is more useful depends on your job profile, depends on the problems you will be facing in your day-to-day life. Try to learn everything, and when you will be doing things practically, at that time also you can keep learning and keep improving. Okay, so here I go with a simple thing, how to calculate time value money using Excel. There are some inbuilt functions in Excel like PV, FV, NPER, rate, PMT, NPV, IRR, XNPV, XIRR, IPMT, PPMT, and so on. So these are names of some of the useful inbuilt Excel functions. PV stands for present value, whether it is a present value of a single amount or it is present value of annuity. Obviously, FV stands for future value, NPER stands for number of periods, usually years, number of years. This is the discounting rate, or you can say this is the desired rate of return of investors. PMT stands for amount of one installment in an annuity. So the keyword here is actually annuity. What is annuity? That I'll tell you. Then IPMT stands for amount of interest in one installment. PPMT stands for amount of principal in one installment. See, if at any point of time you are unable to note what I'm writing over here, don't worry. Towards the end of the session, I'll share this Excel sheet with all of you. Okay, don't worry. NPV stands for, it is not net present value as you have studied in capital budgeting chapter. It is sum of present value of series of cash flows or series of amounts. IRR, you already know, it is the internal rate of return. XNPV is NPV calculation with odd dates. XIRR is IRR calculation with odd dates. So quickly, I'll tell you about all these functions. Okay. So here I go with present value. Now, present value is a function which can be used for single cash flow as well as for annuity. Present value function. Okay. And future value function can also be used similarly. Here I go. Quickly, I'll create one question for you. Suppose you make one FD of rupees 1 lakh for 5 years at the rate of 6.5% per annum. My question is, what is maturity value of this FD? You go to bank, make FD of 1 lakh for 5 years at the rate of 6.5% per annum. Your dad says, okay, come on, Rahul, go and make one FD in the bank. And before going to the bank, can you tell me that what amount we will be getting on maturity? And see, you say, Rahul says, look, dad, I have studied CMA, but I don't know how to calculate maturity value of the FD. So your dad will be actually disappointed that you have studied only theory, right? But let's do practical. So how to calculate this, right? So let's do this. In Excel, all functions and calculations starts with FV, that is the future value. FV function. As soon as I type FV and then type bracket open, Excel starts offering help to me. Now the beauty is, I need not to memorize the Excel function. Excel gives me help. You want to calculate future value at what rate? First you input the rate. Then you input number of periods, then you input amount of one installment if there is a series of cash flows. Then you input PV, that is present value, and then you input time. So first of all, I'll input rate. Okay. So rate is 6.5%. Don't forget to put a percent sign. If you simply type 6.5, Excel will start assuming it to be 650%. So don't forget to put a percent sign. FV 6.5. In the help just below this cell, you can see that currently rate is written in bold letters, but as soon as I put a comma, you can see that instead of rate, now NPER is written in bold letters. Whatever is written in bold letters is the current input. Number of periods. The number of periods are 5. 5 years are there. Then I put a comma. It is asking me to input PMT. Sir, what is PMT? So PMT is amount of one installment in case of an annuity. Sir, what is annuity? So what is annuity? Annuity is a series of cash flows where all amounts are equal and all time gaps are also equal. Suppose I promised to pay you 5,000 rupees at first year, at second year, at third year, at fourth year. So this is a series of amount I'm paying at first year, second year, third year, fourth year. All amounts are equal 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. All time gaps are equal one year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. This series of amount is named as annuity. And PMT stands for amount of one installment in case of annuity. See, the current question is not for annuity. The current question is for a single amount. So I would like to skip PMT. I'll say, okay, PMT is 0. There is no installments. There are no installments. Then it asks me to input PV. See, now PV is written in bold letters. It is asking me to input present value. In Excel, whatever is in Excel functions, whatever is written in square brackets is actually an optional input. If you wish, you can give this input. If you don't wish, you can avoid this input. So either you can give PMT or you can give PV, one of the two you can give, they are optional. If anything is written in square brackets, that's an optional input. We have kept PMT equal to 0 because this is not a series, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, every year you deposit. You're depositing lump sum 1 lakh rupees at 0 year. So I'll type minus 1 lakh.
Sorry to interrupt you. Few students are messaging that video is not coming, sir. Means you are not visible.
Okay. I mean, okay, I check it at my end. My screen, can you see my screen?
Yeah, sir, I can see.
Okay. Let me ask if anybody, if all of the students are hearing me, can they see my Excel screen which I have shared? There may be a lagging in video, so whenever they.
Okay, sir, I am wait for 2 minutes. We'll see that whether students will be able to see or not.
No, it's visible. Video is visible. Okay. If some of the students are not able to see, if some of the students are not able to hear, if there is some problem, don't worry. I'll give you one fantastic way of troubleshooting. Just sign out of this session and close this application and open this application again and sign in again. That will solve all of your problems. Believe me, restart is a solution to many problems. If you have seen that movie, Mission Mangal, so even the Mangalyaan was started working after a restart. Okay, please don't type the message now that it is visible. Okay, right. So now this is 0 and then the present value for present value minus 1 lakh. Why are you putting a minus sign, sir? I'm going to a bank and I'm depositing money. So this is an outflow of cash for me, my dear friends. This is an outflow of cash and that's why I have to put a minus sign over here. I have to put a minus sign over here. This is an outflow of cash. Okay. And then types, the type is related to PMT and PMT we have already kept as 0. So I'll not input any type. I'll simply close this bracket and I'll press enter. And you can see that I'm getting answer 1,37,008 rupees 67 paisa. Some of you will say, sir, I'm getting a minus sign in the answer while you are getting a plus sign. See, don't worry about that. I have inputted a minus sign and that's why I'm getting plus sign as the output. Initially, if I deposit pay outflow 1 lakh rupees, after 5 years, I'll be getting 1,38,000 rupees. So that's why my answer is positive. Some of you will say, sir, I'm getting a dollar sign. I'm getting a pound sign. I'm not getting any sign. Don't worry about this. Dollar sign, rupee sign, pound sign, no sign is not really important. This is all about formatting. If you go to the control panel and do the Windows setting and choose the region to be English India, not English USA, English UK, then instead of the dollar sign, you will have the rupee sign also. And don't worry, if you press Control 1, then you can format the cell. If you press Control 1, you can actually format the cell. Like here, the cell, and then I say Control 1, this dialog box appears. And I say number formatting to be, instead of number formatting to be currency, I can choose it to be number. And if I choose it to be number up to 0 decimal points, and I say OK, so the rupee sign will go away and decimal points will also reduce to 0. 1,37,009 rupees. Control 1 is the hotkey for formatting a cell. See, what if the rate of interest is 6% only? let's do this. So if the rate is 6%, I'll put here 6%. 6% for 5 years actually means 30%. So my 1 lakh rupees of FD should become 1,30,000, but this is becoming 1,33,823. You know why? Because this is compound interest. This is not the simple interest, my dear friends. Okay. Okay, great. Now I'll quickly tell you one more question. Let's take a different question. Let's say, suppose you make RD, recurring deposit of rupees 5,000 per month for 60 months. Open a bank account, and at the end of each month, you deposit 5,000 rupees. At the end of each month, you deposit 5,000 rupees, and you keep on doing this for 60 months. That is for 5 years. And the interest rate which is paid by the bank is 0.6% per month. So that is 0.6% per month is 7.2% per annum. So my question is, what is maturity value? Again, I am asking you to calculate the future value, my dear friends. Again, I am asking you to calculate future value. So I'll again apply the formula for future value equal to FV. See, if someone of you is not able to cope up with the speed with which I am doing, don't worry, observe it carefully now. And towards the end of the session, I'll share the link of this file with you and you will be able to download it. And one more thing, suppose you are not able to understand that how to handle two screens together. One is Microsoft Excel and the other one is Microsoft Team. How to handle two screens together? See, in that case, there is a simple solution. Click anywhere in your Excel sheet and on your keyboard, you will find one Windows icon key. On your keyboard, you will find one Windows icon key. So Windows key and left arrow key, if you press together, Excel will start occupying left half of your screen. And on right half of your screen, you can choose Microsoft Team to appear. So I press Control and left arrow key. So Excel starts appearing on left half of my screen. And on the right half of my screen, I can choose any other application. Like here I have chosen Microsoft Word, but you will have to choose Microsoft Team. Okay. Windows key and left arrow key, if you press together, half of the screen you can use for two programs. Or you can do one thing, you can keep pressing Alt key and Tab key. So if you press Alt key and Tab key, you can switch from one program to another program. Okay. Okay, let's calculate future value of this recurring deposit of 5,000 per month for 60 months at the rate of 0.6% per annum. If you do it on your calculator, it's going to be very lengthy job, but doing it on Excel is really simple. Again, the same formula. First of all, it is asking me to input rate. So I input 0.6%, then I put a comma. Then it is asking me to input number of periods. So now rate is per month. Therefore, periods should also be number of months. Per month rate is 0.6%. Number of periods are 60 months. PMT. This time PMT, that is amount of one installment in annuity is there. This 5,000 is not single amount. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 series is there. So that's the ideal candidate for PMT, amount of one installment in the series. Amount of one installment is minus 5,000. Sir, why are you putting a minus sign? Because I'm paying it. It's an outflow of cash for me. And then PV. I don't have anything like PV. PV is present value at 0 year. I'm depositing nothing. And type I need not to specify. Forget about it. I close this bracket. So the simple thing is 0.6%, comma 60, comma minus 5,000. Close the bracket. I'll copy this formula for your convenience. in the cell below. I'll do the same thing here also. I'll copy this formula for your convenience in the cell below. So 3,59,823.68 rupees you'll be getting. See, 5,000 for 60 months is 3 lakh rupees you're depositing. 5,000 into 60, 3 lakh rupees you're depositing. And roughly 3,60,000 rupees you're getting. This 60,000 rupees extra is the amount of interest. Okay. Correct, Vishal. You have already answered it. I'm really impressed. Okay, let's go through one more question. Okay. So this is question number 3 I am creating. Loan amount rupees 1 lakh. Repayable in EMI. EMI stands for equated monthly installments in 20 years. So this is actually a housing loan. Let me write it like housing loan. Housing loan amount rupees 1 lakh. Why 1 lakh? Let's make it 50 lakhs. Housing loan amount 50 lakhs. So now you have become a CMA. Soon you will have a job in your hand. Say you are getting a package of 10 lakh rupees per annum as a CMA. Yeah, you will be getting. You are talented people, I know. Besides the qualification, you are talented also. So you'll be getting a job of starting job of 10 lakh rupees per annum. Then you decide that I would like to buy my own house, and the house is costing you 70 lakh rupees. 50 lakh rupees you want to borrow from a bank. You go to a bank, you say, look, my salary is 10 lakh rupees per annum. So usually banks give you loan up to 5 times of your yearly salary. Usually banks give you loan maximum up to 5 times of your yearly salary. So they'll say, okay, you're earning 10 lakh rupees per annum. We'll give you a loan of 50 lakh rupees, but you need to make repayment every month. In next 20 years, 12 multiplied by 12 months, 240 installments will be there, and the rate of interest, you know, housing loans are very cheaper nowadays. So rate of interest is just 0.6% per month. So that is 7.2% per annum. Yes, housing loans are available at a very low rate nowadays. So what is amount of EMI, that is equivalent monthly installment? Look here. You are required to calculate now PMT, amount of one installment in an annuity. Now this is the case of annuity. You will be paying equal amount for next 240 months. That's a series with equal time gap, an equal amount. This is called annuity, and question is asking you to calculate amount of annuity. So for that you have PMT function in Excel. Now if you look at this PMT function, it is asking you to input rate, number of periods, present value, future value if any, and the type of series. Type we need not to bother right now. So rate is 0.6% per month. Number of months are 240. See, 20 years into 12 months is equal to 240. PV. PV means present value. So what is happening in present at year 0, at point of time 0? At 0 year, you are receiving 50 lakh rupees of loan. So PV is plus 50 lakh. I need not to put a plus sign. 50, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 50 lakh. Don't put a comma while typing 50 lakh. You know, don't type 50, comma, 0, 0, comma, 0, 0, 0. Never. 50 lakh continuously. 5 and then 6 times 0. Future value, no, nothing like future value, nothing like type. So just a minute. Look here. So first of all, I have inputted rate and the rate is 0.6%. Then comma number of period, which is 240, then comma PV 50 lakh rupees is the amount of loan which I have received. Future value. So there is nothing like I will be receiving lump sum some amount after 20 years, nothing like that. So either I can say future value is 0 or I don't type anything. So Excel will automatically consider it to be 0 and then type. See this type we need not to bother. I'll tell you later about this type. Then I press enter and see I'm getting 39367 with a minus sign. Oh my God, sir, why are you getting the answer with a minus sign? I have received the loan now. So every month I have to pay 40,000. See, 39367 is roughly broadly 40,000. 40,000 rupees per month I'll have to pay as housing loan installment. You're getting 10 lakh rupees per annum. So roughly you're getting 80,000 rupees per month of the salary. Roughly you're getting 80,000 rupees per month of the salary. 10 lakh rupees per annum is your package. 80,000 rupees is roughly your monthly salary. Half of 80,000 is 40,000. Usually banks give you a housing loan in a manner so that the amount of EMI is not more than half of your salary, my dear. If you're getting 80,000 rupees salary, you must spend something for roti kapda makan, na? And then rest of the amount you can use for EMI. So banks give you loan so that your EMIs are not more than half of your salary. And the rough magical formula is 5 times of your annual salary should be your loan burden. Rough magical formula is your loan burden should not be more than 5 times of your annual salary. So now every month you will have to pay 39,367 rupees and 46 paisa as the installment of loan to the bank. Okay. Very nice. Now see, my next thing I would like to tell you is, suppose bank says that, see this 3936.7.46 is payable at the end of each month. Suppose bank says, no, my dear friend, you need to pay installment at the beginning at the beginning of each month. If you want to calculate that installment which is payable at the beginning of each month, see in that case there will be a little change. I'll just copy and paste this formula. There will be a little change that after PV I'll type FV equal to 0 and then I will specify the type of series also. Look here. So type, if I want to specify type after PV, see after PV, this is rate, this is number of period, this is amount of one, this is PV, FV is 0, future value is 0, and then I need to specify type. If I say that type is 0, then end of the period annuity will be calculated. If I specify type to be 1, then beginning of the period annuity will be calculated. If you do not specify type, Excel by default assumes that the type is 0, that is, it is end of the period annuity. But if you specify type as 1, then it will be calculated as 1. Say I type here 1. So the type of annuity is 1, that is beginning of each month. And then I press enter. So this time there is a little difference in answer. Instead of 39367, Now you'll have to pay 39132 as the amount of installment. 39132 is the amount of one installment. It is little less than end of the month. See, if you pay at the end of each month, it is little delayed, and that's why you need to pay a higher amount of installment. If you pay at the beginning of each month, this is little preponed. And in that case, you'll have to pay little less EMI, 39132 instead of 39367. Now let's create something which is called loan amortization table. Okay, let's do it. What is loan amortization table? If somebody asks you that in installment there are 240 installments, and if somebody asks you that in installment number 39, in installment number 39, what is the amount of interest and what is the amount of principal? How do you bifurcate that? I will tell you. So this is month, this is interest, or let's say this is installment, and this is interest inside the installment, and this is principal inside the installment. Suppose for month number 1, I want to calculate. Suppose for month number 1, I want to calculate what is interest and what is principal. So, installment, I will simply copy it from here. B26. This installment is, it's going to remain constant. I'll fix this also. I'll press F4 so that even if it is copied down, B26 will remain B26. I put a $sign. And now I would like to calculate amount of interest in any installment. So for that, I have formula named as IPMT. See, PMT calculates installment. IPM calculates interest within the installment. That's why this I sign is there. Now, in the IPMT function, what are the inputs? First, you need to input rate, which is 0.6%. Then PER is the period for which you want to calculate amount of interest. Suppose for the first month you want to calculate interest, so you should type PER equal to 1. Suppose for installment number 39 you want to calculate interest, so PER you should type as 39. Then NPER is total number of installment, which is 240. PV is amount of loan, which is 50 lakh rupees. FV is actually 0. Type by default is 0, that is end of the month installment. So we need not to input FV and type. These are optional inputs. I said whatever is written in square brackets are optional. Excel can work even without these inputs. So let's begin. Rate is 0.6%. Period. Now I won't input the period manually. I will click here. So period you take from A31. If I change A31, this will also change. Comma, number of periods 240. Comma, present value 50 lakh. That's it. Okay. Just a minute. Let's do one thing. I'll just do formatting for it. Number. Okay, we can do formatting later also. Forget about it. See. Amount of interest within first installment is 30,000 rupees. And it must be 30,000 rupees. 50 lakh into 0.6% is 30,000. How do I calculate amount of principal within each installment? So that is PPMT. How to calculate amount of principal in one installment? That is P for principal, PPMT. Rate is 0.6%. PER. So PER, I'll take a cell reference, A31. NPER 240. PV 50 lakhs. One additional input is PER, and PER was already there, rate was already there, PV was already there. One additional input is PER, period for which you want to calculate principal. See, 9367. And now you can, apply the sum. Let's delete this one. Let's delete this. And let's check whether it is equal to installment. So interest plus principal, should be equal to installment. And see, this is 39367. Now the beauty is, suppose instead of month 1, I type month number 30. So in month number 30, just a minute. So in month number 30, interest is 28,000. See, in month number 1, interest is at highest level and principal is at lowest level. In month number 240, interest will be lowest and principal will be highest. Month number 100, month number 30, month number 28. For whatever month I wish, I can calculate this principal and interest within the installment. This is beautiful because even if for your client, you're making some calculation, say you enter into the project finance arena and you arrange project finance for your client. So in that case, you'll have to make a loan amortization table, and this way you can easily figure out that for which month, what is the amount of interest and what is the amount of principal. Okay, great. Now I'll tell you quickly one thing, my dear friends, that suppose you want this series for entire 240 months. So that's not difficult. But sir, here I'll have to type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll have to type up to 240. No. You won't have to type up to 240. Don't worry. You just type number 1 and number 2. You select number 1 and number 2. You won't have to type up to 240. You select number 1 and number 2. Now you see that at the bottom right corner of your selection here, at the bottom right corner of your selection, there is a little green square. Can you see this here? Now this is my cursor. This plus sign is my cursor. Currently this plus sign is white. As soon as I put my cursor on this green square, white cursor becomes black. So it means you have selected the drag handle. You have selected the drag handle, and now you can drag it down with the help of left click of your mouse. See, if I drag it down, so it is filled up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can drag it down up to 240. So I'll just drag and drag. I'll just drag it up to drag up to, see, I have dragged it up to 240. The help is showing me I have dragged it up to 240. And now I'll release my mouse button. See, I don't have to type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is typed up to 240. There is one more way of typing from 1 to 240. You can use the fill series function of Excel. So just type number 1. After typing number 1, you go to the Home tab. In the Home tab, on the ribbon, towards the right side, you have one group editing. See, your Excel layout may look little different than what I'm using. I'm using Excel 2019 version. You might be using Office 365 or you might be using Excel 2007. But still this function is there in all versions of Excel. So in the Home tab, you have this find and select, sort and filter, and near to that you have this fill icon. So click on the fill icon and fill down, fill up, fill left, fill series. So you choose fill series. Okay. Once you choose fill series, it gives you various choices. So just do one thing. See, first of all, you have typed number 1 and you keep selected this cell, and thereafter you click on fill series. So you choose column. You want the series in the column, and by default the type is linear, so let it be. Step value, you want to increase it by 1, 1, 1, 1, so step value should be 1, and stop value should be 240. Step value should be 1 and stop value should be 240. Okay. And then I press OK and see how quickly this happens. Right. You can use shortcut keys also, like Alter, then H, then Fi, then S, FHIS. Shortcut key here is Alter, H, FIS. See, these are on-screen shortcuts. These are not hotkeys to be memorized. These are on-screen shortcuts. As soon as you press Alter, Excel starts showing you various shortcut keys like H for home, F for file, N for insert, GI for draw, P for page layout, M for formula, A for data. So if I, after pressing Alter, I press H. So now in the home tab, all the options with their shortcuts are shown. So fill series is Fi. So now I type, now I type Fi. Then and I need not to press and hold it. See, hands up. Now I type S for series and see this appears. And then I say I want it in column, not in row. And then stop value is 240 and I press enter. Oh, sorry. It should have been here. Alter HFIS. And then I want it in column up to 240. Fill up. Now I want to do fill in the blanks. So I'll select this area. And now even I need not to drag it. If the adjacent column is already filled up, what I need to do is select this, and at the bottom right corner of my selection, here this is the drag handle. I won't drag it down. At the drag handle, I'll simply do double click. As soon as I do double click, these columns will be filled up to 240 months. See, this is looking very hodgepodge. So I'll do some formatting, Control-1. Instead of currency format, I'll choose number format up to 0 decimal points. And let's not have this red color, it's disturbing. So let's have simple black color. And I say OK. Little formatting. And now you can observe that installment is constant 39367. Installment is constant 39367. But interest in principal is reducing month by month. See, 30,000, 29,000, 28, 27, 26, 20,000, 18, 15, 13, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, and lastly 235. Interest is reducing month by month. It is bound to reduce. Now you are making repayment, while principal payment is increasing. As the interest burden reduces, your installment is allocated more towards repayment of principal. Started from a little amount. The last principal allocation was 39,133. Right. If you want to check balance of your loan amount, so you can simply do one thing. You start with 50 lakhs plus this principal. Why plus? Because it is already carrying a minus sign. So I'm sorry. This is 50 lakhs plus this one. So balance is 49 lakh 90,000. Now next month's balance is the previous month's balance. Next month's balance is the previous month's balance plus this principal. And then I double click it. See, my balance keeps on reducing 49 lakh, 48 lakh, 39 lakh, 22 lakh. How rapidly it is reducing 14 lakh, 13 lakh, 10 lakh, 9 lakh. 4 lakh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and finally the loan balance becomes 0. So this whole thing is named as loan amortization table. How to drag without mouse? That's not feasible. Principal formula you want me to explain again? Okay, I can quickly show it to you. You type PPMT, huh? Not PMT, IPMT, it's PPMT. P for principal and PMT is for installment. PPMT and then the rate, which is 0.6%, and then period. So take cell reference E31, then number of periods to 40, and then PV is 50 lakh rupees. Close the bracket, press enter, and this is how it looks like. See, usually I don't, somebody is saying, usually I don't, people have started asking personal questions about me. So to answer one of the questions, usually I don't look like this, shaved head, no. Usually I look like this. But nowadays I'm looking like this. How to do calculation for unequal RD installment? See, everything is feasible, but rather than trying everything here, I'll teach you new concepts. What was the last formula for balance? See, that was very simple. The balance formula was, first of all, I typed 50 lakh rupees and deducted principal by adding D31. 50 lakh was typed manually, and then I took the previous balance. I took the previous balance and I added this principal, which is carrying a minus sign. This is how I have done this. So somebody is asking how to do calculation for unequal RD installment. Everything is feasible, but this is not the right time to discuss this. So what if the rate of interest changes? If the rate of interest changes, then you will have to do calculation in blocks. For the first block, this is the rate. Suppose bank says that for 20 years, 5 years blocks are there and the rate of interest will be 0.6%, 0.7%, 0.8%, 0.9%. Then there are ways to do this. There is solution to every single problem. But look, we are not here today to do the PhD on loan amortization table. Okay. What is difference in PMT in first two questions? First two questions are probably you're asking about this. This is PMT at the end of each month, and this is PMT at the beginning of each month. What is the impact of compound interest and simple interest on formula? See, all these formulas are for compound interest. For simple interest, you don't need Excel function. That can be done on fingertips. FD of 1 lakh rupees, 6% per annum interest, 5 years are there. So 6% into 5, 30% interest, 1 lakh plus 30,000 rupees will be interest, 1 lakh 30,000 will be maturity amount. Okay, for your convenience, I'll quickly show you formulas and simultaneously I'll tell you one shortcut. If you press Control and tilde together, Control and tilde. So what is tilde? This sign. So where do I find this on my keyboard? So near to numeric key 1, you must have a 1, 2, 3, 4 keypad. So left to the numeric key 1 or below the escape key or maybe above the tab key, you will find this sign. Okay, if you do Control and tilde together, then instead of showing amounts, Excel will start showing formula for each and every single thing. Let me increase the cell width. After doing control tilde, Excel will not show you values. Excel will start showing formulas. You can do control tilde again to see values. Control tilde to see formulas. Control tilde to see values. You can toggle between formula to value, value to formula. Okay, Shalini. Is any option of calculation of amount when installment period will extend between off period? See, everything is possible, but as I'm saying, we are not here to do PhD in loan amortization table. How to insert row in protected sheet along with formula? See, if the sheet is protected, you cannot insert anything in the sheet. One who protected the sheet, if he has given permission to insert row, you can insert row in a normal manner. So for financial modeling, investment, banking role, which Excel functions are used? Whatever I am teaching, these all functions are used, my dear friend. Okay, now after doing this, let's learn a new concept. We have studied FV, PV, NPER, rate, PMT, IPMT, and PPMT. Now let's talk about NPV, IRR, XNPV, and XIRR. So that is part of capital budgeting, right? Let's create one capital budgeting problem. Say question number 1, or let's delete the number. The question is like this. Initial investment rupees 56,000. Annual cash, or let me directly do this. Year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Initial investment is 56,000 rupees. I have put a minus sign. And annual inflow is like 15,000, 3,000, 28,000, 12,000, and 10,000. Suppose question says that cost of capital is 12% or say 10% per annum. Calculate NPV. Calculate IRR. How to calculate NPV, how to calculate IRR. I'll tell you 2 ways of doing this. One lengthy way, one shortcut way. The lengthy way is let's calculate present value of each single amount at the rate of 10%. You must have studied the calculator shortcuts like this. Type 15,000 divided by 1.10 equal to m plus 3,000 2 times equal to m plus 28,000 3 times equal to m plus 12,000 4 times equal to m plus 10,000 5 times equal to m plus calculator keystrokes, memory recall, and you'll get the NPV. But in real life, people rarely do it because in real life, the size of the data is huge. It is not as small as it is looking in this question. So let's calculate present value using the PV formula. PV rate is 10%. Number of period is the cell reference. PMT I'll type 0. As I know that Excel changes the plus sign to minus and minus sign to plus while I'll calculate present value. So I'll just play around, and for future value I'll first put a minus sign. See. How to calculate present value? 10% is the rate. Number of periods, cell reference A3, this one. PMT 0 because this is a single amount. FV, I'll put a minus sign with FV because if I put a plus sign, Excel will give you minus result and so on. Excel changes the sign. So I'll also play around and I will put a minus sign and then I'll click B3. So A3 is the year, B3 is the cash flow. Calculate present value of B3 for A3 years at the rate of 10%. And just a minute. Let me do the cell formatting also. I'll say that have number formatting up to 0 decimal point with 1000 separators. So present value at the rate of 10% for A3 year for 0 PMT for minus B3 amount. This is 56,000. If I want to copy down this formula, there are various ways. To copy down, you can either do Control C and then Control V, or you can simply do Control C and then press Enter. To copy this formula, I'll do Control C and then I'll select this area and then I'll do Control V. This is one of the ways. The other way is I'll do Control C, then I'll select this area and I'll simply press Enter. Why to do Control V? Then also it works. The third way is to drag down. You can drag down like this, so it is automatically copied down. The fourth way is to double click, add drag handle. So just double click here and it is copied down. The fifth way is to do Control D. See, so many ways to copy and paste. Huh? You select 56,000 and downside cells and then do Control D. So these are various ways of copying it down. Now make a sum total. So there is a shortcut for auto sum. And that shortcut is Alt equal to. So just below the last amount, I'll press Alt equal to. It will make a sum total of all cash flows above, including the 0 years outflow. So here it is. NPV is negative. But I don't like this negative NPV. Let me make some change. Let's make it 50,000 rupees of initial outflow. Let's make it 50,000 rupees of initial outflow and NPV becomes positive 1558. If NPV is positive, accept the proposal. This was the lengthy route of doing this. Let's talk about the shorter route of doing this. Let's use NPV function. Now here you need to understand one thing clearly. And that one thing is NPV function of Excel does not consider 0 year. NPV function of Excel does not consider 0 year. It starts considering cash flows from first year only. So 0 year you will have to consider separately. NPV function of Excel does not consider 0 year, I repeat. So just do one thing, you type equal to NPV bracket open, rate is 10%. Now it is asking me to input value. Value 1 means the first year's value. Value 2 means the second year's value. Value 3 means the third year's value. Value 4 means the 4th year's value, and so on. I can either manually type values one by one, or I can give the cell reference also. So I put a comma over here, and I won't select from 0 year. I'll select it from 1st year, because the first amount I select will be considered as 1st year's amount by Excel. Second amount as 2nd year, third amount as 3rd year, fourth amount as 4th year, fifth amount as 5th year, and bracket close. If I press enter over here, just a minute. Let me first do the cell formatting. I don't like this format. So I do equal to NPV 10%, bracket open, and then I select this range. If I simply use NPV function, I'll be getting 51558. So 51558 is sum of present value of inflows, and still I need to deduct 50,000 rupees of initial outflow. So for that, I'll add this minus 50,000, add B3, which is minus 50,000, and press enter. So I need not to calculate individual present values, and I can calculate NPV using NPV function of Excel. Okay, now here I am giving you 5 minutes time just to grasp this concept as well as the concept which was discussed on the previous worksheet, so that just you can absorb it, and then I will move on. I'm giving you 5 minutes time now. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm sharing one link with you so that you can also have this file. I have posted one Google Drive link. Okay. I have posted one Google Drive link in your question and answer session. And you can click on this link and you can download the Excel file which I am currently using. Once this session is over, I'll post the updated file also. Once this session is over, I'll post the updated file also. You can like the link I have posted so that I can see. Okay, like the question. That you have seen my link. I am also posting one link for feedback. So that you can remain connected with me in future. And you can also quickly give a feedback of my session also. I have posted two links for you. Okay. You can use both links. I have posted two links for you. One is the Drive link, one is the Forms link. All right, just a minute. Use both links. Meanwhile, I'll check for your doubts if any posted. Now I'll tell you about IRR and other things. Give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so here I go now. Let me quickly check for your doubts. Formula for beginning of the month. The answer is not coming exactly. If interest rate is changed, how can we calculate? If interest rate is changed, then you can definitely here I have used a single interest rate for discounting for each of the months. Like here, if interest rate is changing year by year, don't use NPV function, use PV function. And in PV function, you can use different interest rate for different years. For every single complicated problem, there is a solution in Excel. The solution may not be ready-made, you will have to customize the solution, but yes, solution is available. Suppose we need fixed installment amount, how could we calculate that fixed installment in the above case? Suppose my installment amount is say rupees 35,000. See everything again, one or two questions I will take, don't worry. Some people are telling me to repeat the formula. We don't have that much time. Okay, so now let's calculate IRR also. See, some of you might already be expert in all these things. They will find it to be slow. Some of you may not have background for this. They will find it to be very fast. I'll go with the moderate speed. Still, some will feel fast and some will feel slow. So now let's calculate IRR, internal rate of return. Can you recall that trial and error and interpolation formula? First you tried one rate. IRR is the discounting rate at which net present value is 0. IRR is the rate at which NPV is 0. Can you recall that? So you try one rate and calculate NPV. The NPV is positive. Here NPV is positive at the rate of 10%. So then you try to calculate NPV at 11%. That is still positive. So then you try to calculate NPV, suppose at 12%, say that is negative. Then you say at 11% NPV is positive, at 12% NPV is negative. I want 0 NPV. So I do interpolation between 11% and 12%, and then you do interpolation. A lot of hard work was required. When you do it on paper, pen and calculator, a lot of hard work is required over here. But in Excel, it works like, very quick. So suppose IRR you want to calculate in Excel, there is inbuilt function equal to IRR bracket open. Simple function is equal to IRR bracket open and input values. Look here. Equal to IRR bracket open values. Values I have chosen from 0 year to 50 year. See, that's the difference. In NPV, the first cell you select is considered to be first year. In IRR, the first cell you select is considered to be 0 year. Then it is asking me to input some guess value also, but guess is written in square brackets and that is why I need not to input it. This is optional input. This is optional input. This guess is. And Excel is actually asking you that can you give me some guess figure that where should I start trial and error? I say, look, you are Excel. Why should I give you any guess figure? You do it yourself. Look, buddy, my dear Excel, I won't give you any guess figure. I'll just give you list of cash flows and I'll press enter. At the most, I will increase the decimal points, say up to 3-4 decimal points. So accurate IRR is 11.2062%. And see the formula over here. The formula I have used is this. Here the formula I have used. So this is the first formula. This is the second formula. IRR. This is the NPV formula. And this is the IRR formula. 11.2062% is the internal rate of return. NPV and IRR. I repeat, NPV formula considers cash flows from year 1. So 0 year has to be considered separately. IRR formula considers cash flow right from year 0. But keep in mind in IRR formula, there must be sign change. That is initial outflow and then series of inflows. Or vice versa. If there is no sign change, IRR formula will give you actually error. Suppose here I type plus 50,000. If I type here plus 50,000, IRR formula will give me number error. That, my dear friend, how can I calculate IRR? You have not made any investment and every year you are simply receiving the amount. IRR can be calculated on your investment only. So there must be a sign change. Then only IRR can be calculated. Now, this type of calculation is helpful only if there is equal time interval in cash flow. 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. What if, and have you noticed that this column is just for our reference and we have used nowhere in NPV and IRR function? See, in NPV, I have not selected anything from A column. Similarly, in IRR, I have not selected anything from A column. So year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are just for our reference. But these formulas will actually fail when the cash flows occur at unequal time gap. If the cash flows occur at unequal time gap, then how do you calculate NPV or IRR? So let's input some dates and let's input some amounts. So today it is 17th of April 2021. Suppose today I am making an investment of 98,000 in a business. Now on 15th December 21 itself, I'll receive 50,000 rupees. And then on 31st of March 22, I'll receive 10,000 rupees, or maybe 20. And then on some other odd date, maybe 8th of October 22, again 20,000 rupees, or maybe 15,000 rupees. And then to 23, I don't receive anything. And on 31st of March 24. So this I have already received 85. 35. Odd dates are there. Time gaps are not equal. And now suppose you have to calculate NPV and IRR. How do you do that? Even if you try to do it with your calculator short tricks, you will actually fail. Even if you try to do it with your calculator short tricks, you'll actually fail. And if you use NPV or IRR function, that will also fail. So you'll have to use XNPV function. You have to use XNPV function. Let's calculate NPV at the rate of 10%. So what do I do is I type XNPV. So usually NPV function asks for only two things. One is rate, other one is value. But here NPV function will ask for three things: rate, value, and dates. So rate is suppose 10% per annum. Then values, these are the values. See, NPV function, now here there is no concept of year 0 and year 1 because it is not occurring at equal time gap. It is occurring at odd time gaps. That's why NPV function will consider everything right from the beginning. And then comma and then dates. So these are dates. First I input rate, which is 10%. Then in this blue color, you can see I have inputted values. Then in this red color, you can see I have inputted dates. And I press enter. And see, this is the NPV. I can format it in a number format up to 0 decimal points. So NPV is positive 6,000 rupees. I'll accept the proposal. XNPV. Not only I give it rate and amount, but also I give it date. NPV is positive 6638. If I want to calculate IRR for this situation, I'll have to calculate XIRR. So I'll do equal to XIRR bracket open and values, comma, dates. Values, comma, dates. And press enter. 0.1537. I can convert it to percentage format. Control 1, percentage up to 2 decimal points. 15.38% is the internal rate of return for this project. Well, let me just copy and paste formulas for your convenience so that you can see value and formula together. Okay, before I proceed, let me check. Have you posted for any doubts? Can you please elaborate interest formula in loan? Oh my God. Okay, I'll quickly do it for you. So the interest formula in loan was IPMT, my dear friend. See, this was IPMT. IPMT formula is same as PMT formula. You have to input rate. You have to input number of periods. You have to input PV. One additional input is PER, number of periods. That is the period for which you want to calculate interest. Also tell me some shortcut, interesting shortcut keys. Yeah, I'll keep telling, don't worry. Great class, very helpful, loved the session. How to write more than 15-digit numbers from app downloaded data, because it get downloaded in scientific form, but when we convert it to number, it shows 0 at the end. Maybe I have never tried this, whatever you are saying. So suppose you want to type data point 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then just go to control 1, and in control 1 go to number format. In number format you can show up to 30 decimal points. So if you have downloaded data and it is showing in scientific format, just do one thing, type control 1. In control 1 go to the number format. In number format you can have up to maximum 30 decimal points of display can be there. Session is interesting, thank you. Yes sir, trail method, superb class, the best session. Today's session is very good, thank you. Yeah, okay. Where have you posted the link? I have posted link in question and answer session itself. Your answer of XNPV is 2835. I don't believe that. You know your dates and mine dates might be, there must be some little change in dates. There must have been some change in it. Let me do one thing. I will again drop this file in the same folder. So I have again dropped this file in the same folder, and now you can check your answer with my Excel sheet. My latest Excel sheet is there in the same link now. The cost of capital formula once again. Okay, so this is the cost of capital formula. PV formula I have used. PV at the rate of 10%, number of periods, PMT is 0, and FV is this cell reference. This is the formula. Okay, for your convenience, let me do one thing. I'll copy and paste this formula. Sorry. I'll copy and paste this formula. And why to copy and paste? My Excel sheet is there. You can see it from there. How are you putting formulas? Okay, Yash. That's another question. See, if you do control and tilde, you can either see formula or you can see value. But I am able to show you both formulas and values together. So Yash is asking me, how can you do that? That we are seeing value as well as we are seeing the formula. See, yes, there is just a little trick. You go to the formula, you select, go to the cell, press F2, Control A, go to the cell, F2, Control A, Control C, then go to a blank cell. In the blank cell, first of all, you type the apostrophe sign, apostrophe S, that apostrophe sign. And after the apostrophe sign, you copy the formula. When you start typing something after apostrophe sign, Excel starts treating it as a text and not as a number or not as a formula. That is how I am able to show you both the formula and the number. Best session, thank you. So suppose we need fixed installment amount, how could we calculate the fixed installment in case? See, if you want to fix the installment, then the loan amount will become variable. Suppose you choose, suppose here you say that my installment, you go to bank and say, I can't pay 39,000, I'm a poor man, I can pay only 20,000. Go to bank and you say, my salary is not great, I can pay you only 20,000 for 20 years, that is 240 months. And bank has already said that look, the rate of interest is 0.6% per annum. So if you have already, if you want to dictate that my PMT will be 20,000 and my number of periods will be 240 and my rate will be 60, then bank will tell you that what amount of loan you are eligible for. To calculate the amount of loan, you will have to use PV function. In PV function, first you should input rate. In PV first you should input rate, which is 0.6%. Then you should input PMT, which is kind of, let me put a minus sign. I'll pay minus 20,000 and oh, I'm sorry. I'll do it again. So I'll calculate the loan amount. Rate is 0.6%. Number of periods are 240. PMT is 20,000. At the most I'll pay. So bank will say, okay, buddy, if your repayment capacity is just 20,000 rupees, then you don't deserve a loan of 50 lakh rupees. Then you deserve a loan of 25 lakh rupees. So Mahindra is insisting that, sir, 35,000 is the amount I can pay. Then Mahindra, you don't deserve a loan of 50 lakh rupees. Then you deserve a loan of 44 lakh rupees. I have simply calculated present value of all future installments. Okay, this is how you can fix the installment at 35,000, and accordingly bank will check your eligibility criteria. See, if you're getting negative answer, don't worry about it. You can simply play with numbers. Okay, you have got negative NPV in this question. So you might have typed something wrong, like initially I typed 56,000 rupees and later I changed it to 50,000 rupees, and that's why I am also getting positive answer. Suppose if I change it to 60,000 rupees, even I will get negative NPV. So might be you might have typed some wrong amount. Let me entertain 4 or 5 more doubts and then we will move to the next thing. So I'm getting answer as hash value and not getting any amount. What to do? See, if you're getting value error, especially in IRR, it means that there is a sign problem. So there must be initial outflow and then series of inflow, then only IRR function will work. Otherwise, you'll get value error, Harini. Will you explain macros and VBA? Look, Harsh, for that you need 40 hours of session, not 2 hours of session. X NPV and NPV explain again. Okay, let's see. Many people are requesting many things again and again, so that's not feasible in a 2-hour session. Now somebody has asked me, is this possible to calculate cost of capital with formula? Okay, I'll answer this one. I'll take this question because this makes some sense. So the same IRR formula which you have used can be used to calculate cost of capital also. Okay, I'll tell you one interesting function which is actually goal seek function. Through this goal seek function, I will tell you about this NPV also. Let's copy and paste this example. So Vinay Teja has asked me, is this possible to calculate? Don't push your doubts more than once. That will simply waste time of everybody. Just type it once only. So this is the thing. Now suppose I'll tell you one way to calculate, one more way to calculate, IRR. Suppose the cost of capital is 10% and I want to calculate NPV. So what do? I'll say equal to NPV bracket open. For rate, I'll take the cell reference D9. And for values, I'll select these values. For values, I'll select these values. Close the bracket. And I'll add initial outflow. And I'll press enter. Oh, I'm sorry. First, I need to format it, number format, so that, I don't. Okay. See, though there are some formatting shortcuts also, I'll tell you. If you press Control Shift 1, so that's the number format, like 530.5666, this is return, and I type Control Shift 1, so it will be converted up to 2 decimal point. And similarly, if I do Control Shift 5, see, there are many things, but things which are useful as a CMA, as a cost accountant, like I want to type 200 by 3. So it will look like this. And suppose I write here 200 by 3500. Control Shift 5 will convert it into percent format. See, without Control Shift 1, it was 200 by 3. Without Control Shift 1, it was 200 by 3500. So Control Shift 5 is for percentage format. And Control Shift 4 is for, accounting or currency format, I can say. But that's fine. Let me tell you this one also. Control Shift 4. Suppose I do Control Shift 4. So Control Shift 4 will be the currency format. Okay. 3, 2, many other such shortcuts are there, but these three are useful for commerce people. This is the number format. This is the currency format. This is the percentage format. Okay. So I'll use the NPV function over here, NPV at the rate of 10% for this thing and plus 50,000. NPV at the rate of 10% is 1558. NPV at the rate of 10% is 1558 positive. I want to calculate actually IRR. So what I can do now is I have given a cell reference, like I have typed nothing manually. Oh, I'm sorry, I have typed the rate manually. I'm really sorry for that. I should give a cell reference. Now just look here. Look here. I used the formula. I have typed nothing manually. Everything is cell reference. This is 0 year. This is 1 to 5 years. This is the rate. D9 is the rate. And NPV is currently positive. NPV is currently positive. It means, do you know what does positive NPV means? If NPV is rupees 1558, you are able to recover initial investment of rupees 50,000 and desired return at the rate of 10% and surplus which has a PV of rupees 1558. Now this is the meaning of NPV. If NPV is 1558 positive, it means the inflows in this project are so powerful that it will give you back your 50,000 rupees. It will give you interest at the rate of 10% per annum. Additionally, it will give you surpluses which have present value of 1558. What is IRR? Now, the question is, what is internal rate of return? So to calculate internal rate of return, IRR's definition is IRR is the rate at which NPV is 0. IRR is the rate at which NPV is 0. So if I increase the rate to 11%, NPV is still positive. If I increase the rate to 12%, NPV becomes negative. So let me try 11.5%. It is still negative. Just a minute. Let me try 11.2%. This is positive. little bit positive. So 11.22%. That becomes negative. So I'll have to keep trying various rates, and I have to find out a rate. Where NPV actually becomes 0. See, 11.206% is the rate where NPV has become 0. But for that, you are making too many trials and errors. Now, there is one excellent function in Excel which is named as goal seek function. There is excellent function in Excel which is named as goal seek function. What is goal seek? I'll tell you. For that, you need to go to data tab first of all. For that, you need to go to data tab. Now in the data tab, you'll have this forecast group. In the forecast group, you have what if analysis. In what if analysis, you have goal seek. So this is inside data tab. In data tab, in what if analysis, I click goal seek. When I click on goal seek, it gives me 3 input fields. Set cell D9. Okay, I want to set this cell. I want to set this cell, which is actually D10 1558. Just a minute, I'll just give me one moment. I will do it right. I'm saying set cell D10. D10 is this one where NPV is returned. Now this is perfect. Set cell D10 to 0 because IRR is the rate at which NPV becomes 0. By changing which cell? By changing this cell. So make this cell 0 by changing this cell. Set D10 equal to 0 by changing D9. Say OK. And Excel will start reverse calculation, which is named as goal seek. And see, here you get cost of, here you get, this is no more a cost of capital. This is now IRR. IRR is 11.206%. Goal seek function. Look, I'll tell you one more thing. You will say, sir, why to do this? Can't we directly use IRR? Why to use goal seek at all? Look, my dear friend, suppose you want to know the rate at which NPV is 500 rupees. So just go to what if goal seek. In goal seek, you say set this cell equal to 500 rupees by changing this cell and click OK. So if the cost of capital is 10.81%, NPV will be 500 rupees. Or you can say, I'm earning 10.813% plus 500. I'll repeat it for you. I go to goal C. I say make this 0 by changing this one. So this is 0. If I simply put it here equal to 10%. At the rate of 10% cost of capital, NPV is 1558. What does it mean? I am able to earn not only 10% but also 1558. My income is 10% plus 1558. Somebody says, what if NPV is 500? Then what should be the cost of capital? You can simply do this through goal seek. See. If you want 500 rupees NPV, maximum cost of capital which is tolerable is 10.813%. So there may be various other applications of this goal seek function. Let me tell you one more thing about goal seek function. Suppose there is one equation. I have kept it ready to save on your time. Suppose there is one equation like this is 3x square minus 2x minus 50 equal to 0. Just a moment, please. This is called quadratic equation, right? Quadratic equation. 3x square minus 2x minus 50 is equal to 0. This is the quadratic equation. You want to solve it. So you must have learned a formula named as Sridharachari formula. That is ax square plus bx plus c equal to 0. You can solve this through Excel also. See, how do you solve it? So first of all, you put the constant numbers like 3, then minus 2, and then minus 50. Okay. And now let's try to calculate this. Okay. So let's try to calculate this. Suppose I put x equal to 5 and I want to check this equation whether actually x equal to x is 5 or not. I want to solve this equation. So I put 3 minus 2 and minus 50. Then I assume x equal to 5 and let's check what is the value if I put x equal to 5. What is the value if I put x equal to 5? I set up one equation. I say 3 multiplied by x square. X square means this P2. P2 is the x value. And to do square, shift 6 to set a power in Excel. You can press shift 6. Okay. And then square. Then minus, don't put minus, I'm sorry. Then plus this minus 2 figure multiplied by x. X means this P2 again. Plus this S2. See, what I have done is Q2 into P2 square. This is Q2 into P2 square plus R2 into P2 plus S2. Oh my God, this is not 0. This is coming 15. So when I put x equal to 5 and solve this equation, I don't get 0. I get 15. I want this to be 0. So I go to the data tab and then I go to what if group. Then I go to goal seek. In goal seek, I say T2, put T2 equal to 0 by changing which cell? By changing this value of x. And I say OK. Wow. And goal seek has quickly solved it. If you put x equal to 4.429409, then this quadratic equation will be solved and this will be equal to 0. So you might be thinking, then why should I solve a quadratic equation being a student of commerce? My dear friend, even student of commerce get to solve these equations many a times in real life. Suppose I change this equation to plus 50. I make it plus 50 and hence I put here plus 50. Now let's tell Excel to solve this. So I say what if goal seek, I want to make this 0 by changing this and I say OK. Are you seeing that Excel is changing various values? It is trying every possible thing. It has tried every possible thing. And then it says goal seek with cell T6 may not have found the solution. Target value is 0. Current value is 466-329-047699. This equation cannot be solved. It is not the shortcoming of Excel. It is the equation which is wrong. Let's try it again. I say, what if goal seek, make this 0 by changing this. Okay. I'm sorry. So I can again do it. I'll say, what if goal seek, make this 0 by changing this. Okay. Now Excel is trying its level best. It is trying thousands of combination it is trying. And finally it says, sorry, I can't do it. It's not feasible. So this is goal seek function, my dear friends. Okay, now just wait a minute. Okay. So now time is running short. There are many things which can be discussed, but I just gave you a flavor of what can be done in Excel. I just gave you a flavor of the various things which can be done using Microsoft Excel. So some of you might be thinking that can't we get a recorded link for this session? So don't worry, this session is already being recorded and the recording will be posted on the YouTube channel of ICMAI. Maybe within 3-4 days they will post it. After 3-4 days you visit the YouTube channel of ICMAI. There you will find this recording and you can watch it again and you can practice it. And I'll just do one thing. I'll drop my latest file again. In the link I have posted so that you can have the updated file with you. I have already shared the link of the Google Drive folder where you can get this file. I have also shared the feedback link so that you can remain connected with me, and if you have any doubts in future, you will be able to ask it to me. In case of XRR and XNPV, while I'm selecting the date, it is coming in red. Okay, I got your point. If your date is not in the date format, then you will definitely get error. See, it must be in date format. So just do one thing, select dates and then do Control 1 and go to the date format and choose date and one of the date formats. Choose the date and one of the date formats you need to choose and then press OK. If it is not in date format, then you will get error. Okay, Prakash? Can we explain VLOOKUP with match? Sorry, we are out of time. Great session, thank you. Cost of capital formula. See, there is no cost of capital is nothing but a rate. So rate can be calculated either using IRR function or using the goal seek function. Can we calculate linear programming using Excel? See, in this sheet, I have given the examples of linear programming also, but I am out of time. I cannot teach you that. Even the linear programming problem can be solved in Excel, assignment problem can be solved, transportation problem can be solved, cross-holding in case of amalgamation problem can be solved, and that too very efficiently. That too very efficiently. You know, you can do one thing. ICMI has launched a program on Business Excel. So currently that program has already reached midway, but surely within a month they will again launch the Business Excel program, Advanced Business Excel program. You can join that. I'll be there and I can teach you more such functions. How to link amount with other sheet and what is the shortcut? You don't need any shortcut. You can simply take a reference. You type equal to, go to other sheet and click here. So look, now this is coming from other sheet, goal seek sheet. It is that simple. How to convert Excel sheet into PDF format? So it's very simple. You go to the file tab and in file tab go to save as. In save as, go to file tab, then save as, and instead of Excel workbook, you just choose PDF. Save as type, don't choose Excel workbook, save as type, choose as PDF, and then press save. So look here, now this Excel sheet, this particular worksheet is converted into PDF file. You can easily do that. Save as PDF and it will be converted into PDF. Yes, it is useful for investment banking also. If you're getting confused, don't worry. This recording will be available. Watch it later with cool mind and in 4 hours rather than 2 hours. And definitely then you will not get confused. My pleasure, buddy. If and then function. Sorry, in this session we cannot have more discussion. The date is full of mess. How to change the date function? See, if your input is wrong, Excel cannot help you. But if your input is right, changing the date format is easy. To learn more in Advanced Business Excel, later you can join the Advanced Business Excel program of ICMAI. Search on their website, you will be able to find it. Okay, and if you have already put a feedback, maybe I'll send you the link. Or in the feedback, put your email ID, mobile number, etc. And I will collect that link of Advanced Business Excel and I'll send it to all of you so that those who are interested, they can join with ICMI. Okay, thank you. Bye bye. Wish you all the best for your professional life. Keep learning. See, you are no more a student. Student tag has been removed and you are a professional now. But life is all about learning. I'm still learning. Okay, so keep learning, keep growing, keep enjoying. All right. Okay, bye bye. Now I'm signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable presentation, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I'm leaving now. Bye bye.
Yes.